Call to order the regular meeting of the Dickinson City Commission for Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. Let the record show that all commissioners are present either in the chambers or by video. First item up is the order of business. Mr. Winningham, are there any changes to the order of business?
Mr. President and Commissioners, there are no changes to the order of business or agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Winningham. Any questions on the order of business? Not, I'd look for a motion on the order of business.
Mr. President, move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Frederick,
Second.
second by Commissioner Walla. Any further discussion on the order of business? Hearing none, all in favor of the order of business as presented, state aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next item up is the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that the commission wishes to discuss? Hearing that there are no items on the consent agenda commissioners wish to discuss, I would look for a motion on the consent agenda.
I'll move to approve.
I'll move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Walla, and I'll take a second from Commissioner Sobeluk. All right. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing none, we'll vote. Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mrs. Sobeluk?
Aye.
Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We will move into administration and finance. First item up is Chapter 13 revisions. This is the consideration to approve the second reading and final passage of Ordinance number 1731. And this will be handled by City Attorney Wenko.
Mr. President, Commissioners, before you, you have Ordinance number 1731 with regard to changes that were made in relation to the fire departments transitioning from volunteer fire departments through part-time fire departments. This was voted on and passed as a first reading. There have been no additional amendments or adoptions or changes. Staff would move to approve.
Thank you, Mrs. Wenko. Any questions for Mrs. Wenko on 1731? Hearing no questions, I'd look for a motion on 1731.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Oderman. Second by Commissioner Frederick. Any further discussion on 1731? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Mr. Frederick? Aye. Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mrs. Sobeluk?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next item up is a Chapter 32 revision. And this is consideration to approve the second reading and final passage of Ordinance number 1732. Mrs. Winko.
Mr. President, Commissioners, this is again Ordinance number 1732, which relates to the volunteer fire department's pension plan changes. Again, these changes are being made with the revisions that are currently being made, transitioning from the volunteer fire department to part-time fire department status. No additional changes or revisions have been made since the first reading. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Mrs. Winko. Any questions for Mrs. Winko on 1732? Hearing no questions or comments, I'd look for a motion on 1732.
I'll move to approve 1732.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Walla to approve 1732 with a second by Commissioner Frederick. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, we'll vote. Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Mrs. Sobeluk?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Our next item up is the Vanguard contract amendment, and this will be handled by City Assessor Hirschfeld. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. President, Commissioners. Throughout the year here, I've met with the President of Vanguard Appraisals, Mr. Bob Ayler, at a conference, spoke to him a couple times since. But in essence, he's having issues with staffing, just like everybody else is. He's asked my thoughts on changing scope of work to where they would do an exterior at a minimum of every property, and any of those properties that hadn't changed since the last time they're here, thinking something similar to like a Walmart or a Menards or a mini storage. If nothing had changed, it would remain just as an exterior. If it looked like things had changed, they would do a full interior as well, as best as they could gain access to it. I told him I didn't see any reason not to give consideration to that, and that would be my recommendation, staff recommendation, is to help them out with this, keep them on schedule, and let them do their job. So, any questions for me?
Thank you, Mr. Hirschfeld. Any questions for Mr. Hirschfeld on this
Yeah,
amendment
Mr. President.
to our contract? Mr. Oderman?
With those concessions for Vanguard, would we be seeing a consideration in terms of the contract amount with Vanguard if we're making those concessions?
Mr. President, Commissioner Oderman, that is correct. There would be a decrease of the cost of that parcel that they do not do a full inspection on.
Okay, thank you.
I think this memorandum that we have, the total cost to the city would be $99,000 less, roughly.
That is what the estimate is at this time. And
Are there any other questions for Mr. Hirschfeld? Not, I look for a motion on this amendment to the Vanguard appraisal contract.
Mr. President, I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Frederick,
Second.
second by Commissioner Oderman. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mrs. Sobola?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Hirschfeld.
thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners.
Next item up is a Chapter 4 revision. This is consideration to approve the second reading final passage of Ordinance 1733, and this will be handled by City Attorney Wenko.
Mr. President, Commissioners, before you have the second reading of Ordinance 1733, just a recap of some of the changes that were made since the first reading. As it was voted on by the Commission, the document that you have in front of you does not contain the additional license that would allow convenience stores to sell beer and wine. That was removed based on the vote of the Commission last meeting. Also, too, for clarification, I do want to point out two things. The question was raised last time with regard to restaurants being able to have gaming. We did some checking into this, and so I have added on you can see if you scroll through the document, it's highlighted in red. There are limits. No electronic or mechanical gaming devices or games of chance shall be allowed on the premises licensed here under unless licensee has a designated bar area upon said premises. We see that in certain establishments now with Players, Fat Fish, a couple other organizations that have them. So that has been added for clarification. And then also, just for the purposes of discussing the special event permit, to make sure that you commissioners are aware. Currently, only a Class A license holder is allowed to obtain that type of permit. And so that's currently not codified in code, and so we are making that unequivocally clear that only those Class A license holders can obtain those permits based on past practice. So We intend to make this effective, the ordinance effective January 1, and so we would just request that. Obviously, we're almost very close to January 1 of 2020, so we would just say that it would make sense that in the event that this is passed this evening, that the effective date would be January 1 of 2022. I would stand for any questions that the commission has.
So is that off-site? I mean, what if they have something like in their parking lot?
That has been a concern for past practice for the, I believe, the Dickinson Police Department, who does regulate those. And Chief can certainly answer that. We're obviously concerned about non-Class A license holders taking their license off-site because their restaurant license or their particular license is regulated to the premises. We have allowed, in certain circumstances, extensions of the premises into the parking lot, but it's going to be very fact-based based on what that request is. And I would certainly allow Chief to expand on that if he needs to.
No, Attorney Wankel did a nice job on uncovering that, but in the past practice, there's been few rare occasions where we have allowed individual that does not have a Class A license to take it off-site. Prime example would be at the ice arena, which we have allowed Blue 42 to do in the past. That would not be allowed in the future. They're the only ones that I'm aware of that have done it in the past. There have been cases that we've allowed them to extend into their parking lot without that. So
Yeah, that's where I'm going with this. I mean, if they, I don't know, I'm trying to think, if players wanted to do an event in their parking lot, I mean, is that something we would consider, or is that no longer going to be allowed?
we're more concerned with moving it off-site.
Off-site, yeah, that's, okay.
That would follow the special event permit process, and we would just staff that as we normally would. And I think those would still be allowed based on how they draw their schematic.
Yeah, it's just if they wanted to take it to the community center or something for, or the hockey rink for an event or something, that would not be allowed.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Mrs. Winko or city staff on this Chapter 4 revision? Seeing and hearing none, I'd look for a motion on 1733.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Frederick, second by Commissioner Walla. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Mrs. Soblock?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Next item up is the American Rescue Fund Act funding review, and this will be handled by City Administrator Winningham.
License renewals is first.
Oh, I jumped right over that. They're all sitting here waiting for their license renewals too. So, okay. Yes, we have the 2022 liquor license renewals, and that'll be handled by City Administrator Winningham.
Thank you, Mr. President and Commissioners. What you saw in your packet, there was 48 license applications that were reviewed by city staff. We are recommending those go forward for approval. We made a list that's on the agenda that delineates or details each one of those types of liquor license. That's whether you have a total of 48. Still 18 of the what we consider commercial on-off sale. No change to that. There's 2 items that we wanted to bring forward with those licenses to be discussed by the commission, and it's more for awareness but potential for you to deny applications. And I'll just I'll pause there for a minute. If you'll pull up the application, the first one, this is a discussion or decision point on the applicant that is The Rock. And if you reviewed that application from your packet, the discussion was there's essentially 2 locations for The Rock. It is considered one building, but there is a tenant building in between, or a element in between. This has been approved in the past with the same conditions. And I just want the commission to be aware that you could either say that status quo remains, or that we notify the business owner that they have to have separate licenses for those 2 separate locations. That would impact the business, but I just wanted to be clear. That was the discussion we had with city staff. And I'll stand by for questions on that one.
My understanding on the second portion of that building, they just use it for special events. That, it's not the normal operating area.
So I know that they do apply for special events when it's called the corner bar,
Okay.
and they partner with food vendors. I can't tell you right at this moment whether they have that open for dispensing of alcohol on a daily basis. And I think Chief of Police probably has some insight into that. And the applicant, if they're here, could also address that.
In the past, we had required them to submit a special event permit when utilizing the space on the corner bar. I don't believe that's being done on a routine basis now.
And based on the history, I haven't received any complaints. So I am inclined to go with what last year's recommendation was, which is status quo, but I just wanted to have the full discussion for the commission.
Little history on this one. So we used to have a license, Armies, and Armies used to have a liquor store in a building that was separated by the parking lot with one license that we approved every year. I think that when we got into this one, if I remember when we talked about this in the past, we considered it contiguous because it was still under one roof and didn't have an issue with it. That's my recollection on it. But Armies has since been rectified since they no longer have a liquor store, but you do have to walk out the door and go in the other door.
And my understanding is there is access interior, but it's either second floor or basement.
Basement, I believe.
And then so they can't access through there.
I think we will let this one remain there. I don't hear any concerns. So, the second one, Mr. Winningham?
Second one came about last year. There was discussion last year about delineation. I think we've covered that pretty clearly. But what we do find is with the not just a revision of the ordinance, but that we do have a gaming device that sits really at the front entrance at the Elks. We want to make sure that the discussion point is that we're going to notify upon approval of this license that gaming device will need to be moved or taken out of immediate access to minors. And that would be in accordance with the statute and with our ordinance. If they don't accept that, then that would mean that we wouldn't be able to approve that license. So that's the one, I guess we would call that a contingency or with that license.
Any questions on this?
There was no other major issues with the license applications. There were some minor considerations that we're going to address as administrative staff and with the police department. And other than those two, the rest stand to be fully vetted to be approved.
I don't see anybody from the Elks here, but my understanding is that the high top area was no minors were allowed to sit in that area. Only minors could sit in the tables to the back.
Are we talking for service of alcohol, or are we talking gaming?
Anything.
Our
The
understanding...
machines are in the high top area, which I was under the understanding, because I'm a member of the Elks, is that no minors are allowed in the high top area where the gaming machines are
I don't know if, I can't speak to whether that's actually being done in practice. I think if you walk in the door, they're kind of right around the corner. Whether that's been designated by their organization as a 21-year-old or section, that's to be seen. I can't speak to that, whether they're doing that or not, but that's the concern, obviously, is having access to anyone that's under the age of 21, not having that very clearly designated or spaced out. That's the concern the city has.
Based on the staff recommendation, we would work with the Elks to ensure they have some measure of either partition. It's at the front door, so that gaming device is at the front door. So
Yeah, but it's kind of around the corner.
it is.
You have to walk around the corner. That's what I'm saying. If they designate the high top area as a 21 only seating, that would be a designated area, which I thought they had done already, but
You'd have to follow, staff would have to follow up and see if they're actually practicing that.
yeah.
And I think that would, based on that condition, that would make sense. That would be acceptable to approve. If we do find out, in fact, you can ask that question to the Elks representation. Anything to add from Chief Dossinger on that?
Obviously, if we're going to remain consistent, we would ask the same type of separation be like when required of Fat Fish in their gaming area, which is Elks. Obviously, that gaming machine is right when you come in the door, around the corner. There's no separation between minors and in that area. For example, like at Fat Fish or other places.
I think that's fair to be consistent in that manner.
I agree.
And this does come on the heels of our discussion with Chapter 4 revision, where we did receive a couple of complaints that if we followed perfectly to the ordinance, then gaming and alcohol have to be separate. And so we've just worked with the Elks to make sure that the intent is met.
I would have a question on that. In the license, or in the chapter 4 that we approved today, that was for the restaurant licenses. Do we have anything signifying how gaming would be in a lodge or anything else, or does it just pertain to those restaurants?
The lodge license is a different license, but
Correct, Commissioner Sobeluk. That is specific in the ordinance to the restaurant license specifically.
And it seems like it would be, good to have that standard across the board now that, we voted on that already. Maybe I have another change for that. But it seems like that should be something that should be standard across the board.
And I think, Commissioners, for the purpose of that, and why you're seeing that probably in the restaurant code portion or in the license versus the other ones, for example, the lodge and so forth, is because you do have that readily accessible underage population or demographic that can be in a restaurant and be exposed to that. So I think that's probably why the code was initially drafted that way to address some of those concerns.
And the lodges were typically set up in the past. If you look at the old infrastructure for the Elks, the bar was completely separate from any family-orientated dining or events. So,
this one gets touchy. I mean, you have St. Anthony too, that if you come in the back door, you walk right by the gaming machines.
Also something that potentially the city needs to look at. But I think the overall, to be consistent on what we are requiring of our businesses, that a lot of them had to go through infrastructure to, put in separate spaces to make sure that they could be in compliance with not only city ordinances, but state law as well. So
setting up some kind of shielding to delineate, so I think that should be easy enough for both organizations to do. When like St. Anthony's, when they have their breakfast in the morning, they could
me walk in the door into the bar.
Well,
Both places. I mean,
you do. in both
You just have to
places.
direct them
Right.
away, but that's what I'm saying. The Elks is really no different than that.
I think staff can make notes to work with both organizations to better adhere to our ordinance.
So what are we telling them though? I mean, they have to have a separate area?
We'll align it delineation.
Mr. President,
Mr. Oderman.
so Chief Dossinger, what do you think is the solution on that location? Do they have to have harder delineation? I mean, I've been in there, it doesn't seem like they have much delineation at all. And I'm sure that when they moved into that space, city staff told them, hey, this is what you're gonna need, this is what we'd like to see. Tell me if I'm incorrect on that, but I would imagine you had that conversation, and obviously they did something that we're uncomfortable with. So what would you like to see at that location?
Commissioner Oderman, my recommendation would be some type of a hard delineation. So it's basically it's not in the line of sight, some type of hard delineation. I believe that there's more minors that access the Elks area, particularly for meetings, than what minors are going down to at St. Anthony Club on a routine basis. But we'd like to work with both sites.
We're not going to set a hard,
What
we're
are
going to
our
approve these
options in terms
licenses
of
and work
working
with
working
them
through
through the
this
year.
with that business?
What was that, Commissioner Oderman?
What are our options in terms of working through this with a business so that we actually see some progress towards the end goal? So we're not back here next year having the same conversation.
Well, I think this is putting both organizations on notice that they need to make some changes.
And to address that, Commissioner Oderman, from last year till this year, both enforcement or any complaints, the police have worked with businesses to make sure this works. So it is in compliance with the statute and our ordinance, but it's also about making sure the businesses can succeed. And we're not out to try to harm any of these businesses, especially with where some of the gaming profits go to with charities. It's just about making sure that we're doing all we can to separate and be consistent. And so in these two that we brought forward that we wanted to question, those are the ones that we felt were the most inconsistent. And we'll just work with the business. It should not prevent you from approving the license, but we will be working with that business to ensure that as we go forward,
Well,
we're secure in those areas.
my only question is the Elks is less than 5 years old probably. What did we tell them was okay when we approved it? That's what I want to know.
That's a good question. That is a good question.
Because if we told them something when they were building that site out, space out, and now we're going to change it, I don't think that's right.
I would agree.
We could go back to what we did for planning, and I don't know if that included gaming when they built that.
I mean,
They specifically listed out where they put their gaming, because those are movable and they're adaptable, because they do change gaming devices. If you're
I mean,
on-
I guess I don't know, but when they applied for the gaming license, somebody would have had to give you a drawing on where they're going.
Well, I think electronic gaming changed that. It's electronic games now.
Well, they had to apply for a license for the electronic games, though. And that would have been through Dickinson Youth Activities, so somebody would have had to give us a drawing that we approved. I don't mind
point.
that if we're trying to be consistent, but if we've already told them what to do and now we're deciding to change our mind, I have an issue with it.
Well, with the change to our ordinance and with following the statute, we just have to be clear with the business that they have to delineate. And that is the determination from last year's alcohol licenses, that delineation was fairly loose, which was...
Well, I mean, if you look at our ordinance, before today, they weren't supposed to have video gaming with a restaurant license, period.
Correct.
Now we just approved that to satisfy the ones that we've already approved out of ordinance.
And so city staff will work for those businesses to ensure that we're complying. And I think we are pretty consistent with that. When I say pretty, I think we're consistent with how they've applied, and when this is approved, then we go back and make sure, and some of this is complaint-based, but we go back and make sure that how they're arrayed, that they do have limited access to minors. And I think that's why the Elks, at least in this case, since it's so close to the entrance and you really can't go any other direction, you have to pass through that area. But I would like our enforcement arm to review that and come back, and after they've already commented now on these licenses, it wasn't contentious enough to stop the license application from being approved. But it is a concern that we want to continue to work with the business to make sure that they are in complete compliance and it's consistent. And Commissioner Oderman, we may have this conversation next year, depending on going throughout the year and whether we have any complaints when we do this next year. Because essentially,
Sure, absolutely. I mean, we might have the same conversation, but if some progress has been made, or if we can see some movement in one way or the other, I think that's what I'd be looking for there.
I mean, have we had a lot of complaints on either of those two sites? I'm asking.
I have not received a complaint, but I can't say that if I were to ask Chief Dossinger, I don't think we've had complaints from any citizen that said that minors are accessing those devices. I think that when we walk through there, it's prudent to consider that we do all we can to make sure that it's not quickly accessible.
I guess, I don't want to hold up their liquor license, but I would like to see what we approved when they submitted their application for the gaming license.
We can work to get that answer. I think that's probably a good start point, to come back and look at how that was determined with gaming. And
That's a different organization that runs the gaming, I believe.
And although we had the conversation about this last year with gaming, it wasn't as clear with the gaming and liquor together. But now I think we have a better start point. So approving the liquor license should go forward would be my recommendation. And then we work with, our city staff will work to look at how the gaming is arrayed.
And then, like Ms. Sobeluk brought up, I questioned that the ordinance we're changing, this license doesn't talk about gaming at all. So if you read through this license and you're a club, you wouldn't know that you need to comply with the other part because it's not a restaurant license.
And one of the considerations, maybe we join the gaming application, which is different than the liquor license, but they do have to coincide if they're applying for, because some of these gaming licenses come separate. Those are in middle of the year. So it is difficult to do everything in an annual basis when we have routine gaming licenses being changed, because we put those on the agenda all year long. So it'll just require us to be very cautious when we approve gaming for those businesses that are already liquor license holders.
Okay. So city staff will work with these organizations.
And we'll have some kind of answer at our next meeting on what we approve.
I think for this meeting, you approve the liquor licenses, and then if we have anything that we consider out of tolerance, or if something we need to discuss to the commission, we can bring a report forward. But I don't think it'll prohibit.
I would still like to see what we approved previously.
For the gaming.
And the liquor license last year.
Last year, we approved for Elks something similar with a lot of crosstalk about delineation being inappropriate. This is where the majority of the conversations last year came from.
And then as a commission, we decided what delineation was. And then this year, state statute changed a little bit.
For the gaming portion, we really, I think.
I don't know that we talked about delineation on the gaming. We talked about it on the bar, who could walk up to the bar.
Right. But we didn't deep dive into the gaming delineation, but we just talked about it. We didn't complete all the thought on that. I think the liquor license we kept it separate, and then we have to go back to what the gaming application was and make sure that we told them something consistent, and we're not trying to change it midstream.
Well, that's what I want. I mean, I don't want this to be clear as mud. I want it to be crystal clear. So,
I'll bring a report forward to the commission on the gaming applications and the license that we've approved, and that way, if nothing else, at least we have the same data.
thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Edelman's frozen, so. Hearing no further questions, I'd look for a motion on the liquor license renewals.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Frederick,
Second.
second by Commissioner Walla. Any further discussion or questions? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mr. Frederick,
Aye.
Ms. Walla,
Aye.
Mrs. Sobeluk,
Aye.
Commissioner Oderman is frozen, so I can't get a vote from him. Chair votes aye.
No,
Aye.
Aye? Okay.
there we go.
Commissioner Oderman is an aye. Chair is aye. Motion carries. We'll move on to the public hearing, public comments. First item up is the future fund, and this is consideration to approve first reading of, this will be ordinance 1734, if I'm correct? Mrs. Carlson, is that right? 1734?
I will check to make sure.
You're right.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Yes, all right. So this is 1734. Mrs. Carlson?
Thank you, President and Commissioners. Before you is our ordinance for the future fund, and the reason we are bringing an amendment to this ordinance is because we do have in our budget process that there is a possibility that we can loan from our future fund. So to make it clear and to make it explicit and in compliance, we've added some language to the expenditure part of our ordinance, which is 2.50030. And part of that is that the Board of City Commissioners may loan certain funds for development projects pursuant to 2.50031 of this chapter. And the loans can be whatever has been decided between the commissioners and what they would like to see. What I've done is put in some standard language concerning what we've done in the past, and also standard language that I found in other municipalities. I have not received any comments or suggestions or any changes, and that's why this is a first reading and public hearing. So I will stand for any questions or considerations for any changes to be presented.
Thank you, Mrs. Carlson. Any questions for Mrs. Carlson on this ordinance 1734? Am I correct again?
Yes.
1734. And this would be, Mr. Oderman?
I just wanted to thank Linda for her work on this. I think this is an important step that we're taking here. So thank you, Linda, for your work.
Thank you, Commissioner Oderman.
Are there any other questions for Mrs. Carlson or staff on ordinance 1734? This is related to our future fund and the commission's ability to borrow money or loan money from the future fund. Hearing no questions from the commission, I will open up the public hearing. If there's anyone from the public that wishes to come forward, has any comments about these changes to the future fund, please come forward, state your name. If you're watching online, you can call in at area code 701-456-7006. Anyone from the public has any concerns or questions on this ordinance?
The conference is currently empty. You will hear silence or music on hold when connected.
Anyone from the public? Seeing no one has any questions or comments on ordinance 1734, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, any further comments or questions? Hearing none, I'd look for a motion on ordinance 1734.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Oderman.
Second?
Second by Commissioner Sobeluk. Any further questions, comments? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Mr. Sobeluk?
Aye.
Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item up is a presentation from the Dickinson Hockey Club. I'm sure there's somebody out there who wants to talk.
Should be Mr. Chad Grohl.
Hello, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
My name is Chad Grohl. I'm the president of Dickinson Youth Activities. I have with me tonight fellow board members and also some passionate and interested club members as well. And the showing you have here reminds me of a sentiment or a comment that came out of the governor's office in the heart of COVID shortly after the shutdowns, where a lot of the youth affiliates banded together and drafted a letter to the governor asking for forgiveness or what have you to continue hockey. And their comment was, you can shut down bars and restaurants and gyms and salons, but don't mess with hockey. And so I'd give you another piece of advice: don't mess with a hockey mom. I'm here tonight to share with you some phenomenal growth that Dickinson Hockey has seen and some forecasting numbers that we have, as well as some of the challenges that have come with that, and ultimately express and share with you and the community the need for additional ice, and as well share with you some of the measures and to the extent we have taken to hopefully get and keep the ball rolling for that endeavor. And so the slide before you is simply put the player trend versus ice availability, where in the blue vertical bars are our player numbers by participant by year. The flat gray line shows our ice hours available. That is through programming in what is available ice time to us through Park and Rec, and also at what times that our participants, youth that is, we have ice available to them. And the orange fluctuating line that is climbing is labeled ice hours needed. And that information and statistics comes from our governing body, which is USA Hockey, which lays out requirements by age in terms of practice versus competitive nature and how much ice time they should have to satisfy development. And you can see in 2014-15 where the graph begins, that is the year that we opened the second sheet, what we call the Cornerstone Arena, at which time we had about 112 and a half players per sheet of ice, so 225 participants, so well under the need. Whereas last year, the 2021 year, you can see where we reached critical mass, which was all numbers converged, and we maximized all available ice. And then this year, the 2021 timeframe, you can see we have more participants and less ice available by sheet and by player. So in comparison, in 2014-15, when we opened the second sheet, we had 225 participants. This year, we're estimating to have 571. So by ratio, by proportion, much more currently than when we opened the second sheet. The graph here gets a little bit busy. There's a lot of information on there. What you're looking at is really a tool that the board uses to do forecasting and planning. And within each year, what you're seeing with all those colors are the number of participants by age group, with the youngest being on the left and then proceeding to the right. And again, the graph begins in 2014 and 15 when we opened the second sheet of ice. And you can see very clearly the large spike in our younger, so the orange and gray numbers in the beginning, each of those years are our youngest age groups. And what this graph doesn't capture but begins to, doesn't capture fully but begins to, is the effects of those compounding numbers as they move through our program. And so typically by age, each group is in a classification, being minis or mites or peewees, squirts or peewees, for a 2-year period. So what is the beginning of the peak in that orange and gray bar in, say, 2017-18 is not even fully realized in this information until beyond what we forecasted here. So we're going to see even larger numbers and larger groups coming through our older ages and compounding what is already a shortage in ice. This shows a comparison to Western North Dakota, which is ultimately our barometer and our comparison at the higher levels of hockey, and is also what is accessible to us within reason in terms of competition when they get to a traveling age. And so the blue bar is player participation totals, and that is on, it's on a dual axis here, so that's on the right-hand side. And then the orange bar and the gray bar, those are relative players per sheet of ice. And you can see in the Bismarck, Minot, and hopefully the Dickinson numbers there, the gray and orange, we're hoping to get another sheet of ice, and that's what our numbers would look like in comparison to Bismarck, who very recently, if you've seen the news, has announced that they are endeavoring a third sheet of ice on their VFW arena. So that represents kind of their player makeup on those respective ice sheets. And then whereas the Williston, Mandans, Watford Cities, Jamestowns, Hazens, and Botnos are fairly stagnant with their ice at this time, and below what we have available in terms of number of ice sheets per participant. So you can see even if and when we hopefully get additional ice, we would still be above many of our peers in the region. This breaks down Dickinson youth sports participation as a whole. I know I don't have all youth sports represented. I just didn't get back information from respective leaders in time. So if there's anybody out there that has those numbers and would like to see them in this context, I'd glad to entertain them. And this by no way and by no means do I want to diminish or take away from what those other groups have going. In fact, a lot of our athletes are participants in those other sports, and we as well as a charity and organization support some of these clubs financially as well. But by far and away, hockey in the community in the city of Dickinson is the largest sporting, youth sporting activity utilized and available to the children. And as much as anything, it's exciting for me to look at that and know that the kids in the community are active. There's a lot of participants when you add that all up. So what have we done in the meantime with those growing numbers and what we've realized maybe a little bit too late that we do have ice shortages. We have supplemented on-ice training with dry land and off-ice training, and I have another slide, and I'll get to another piece of that a few slides later in this presentation. But what we don't have available in way of ice time for them, we've developed a space in the facility with the help of Park and Rec to accomplish some of those skills and practice times away from the value commodity that is the ice. Team practices have been reduced, where previously some of the older ages may have practiced 4 or 5 times a week. Now they're 3 and 4 times, as well as youth. We've just simply had to eliminate some of the ice time available to the kids. We've combined multiple teams' practices together, where we typically like to get each team on the ice individually so they can practice as a team. We've had to combine some of those practices and have them practice together and use that ice sheet a little more creatively. We've shortened on-ice practice times to 45 minutes where previously they'd been an hour. So unlike some other sports, ice requires a turnaround time, which is the Zamboni and resurfacing, which eats into available ice time, and we found that really compounds when we shorten those times and have more resurfacing time built into the daily schedule as well. So shorter ice sessions for kids, less time on the ice. We've incorporated early morning 5:30 a.m. practices that the older age group kids rotate through, and we've also have some of our older kids practicing until 10 o'clock in the evening, just to get every minute of that ice available used up. And then finally, we've split the minis. The minis are our youngest age, entry-level ages, into multiple seasons, and that was the biggest number on that, one of those previous graphs you saw, where they now have what is a fall season, and then the second half of them go in the spring, just because we don't have enough ice available to accommodate the numbers we're seeing there. So what are some of the reasons we attribute to seeing the growth in Dickinson hockey? So first of all, it was a second sheet of ice. You saw in the numbers when we started. Shortly after then, our numbers really took off. So it was kind of an availability thing for the kids, and it's a social aspect for those kids, and they really do a lot of the recruiting for us. But the more younger kids we had, the more they brought. And that more ice time for those younger age levels, you saw that reflected in those team numbers. That's really where we saw the bulk of our growth. And so through things like Learn to Skates and public skates that Park and Rec offers, we see a lot of kids taking an affinity to hockey through those means. But that additional ice time, that second sheet afforded us additional skill development. When kids start to see the fruits of their labors, that they really get engaged and stick with it. And then affordability. So many times hockey, not only in Dickinson, but hockey in general is labeled as kind of a rich kid sport, or a privileged event to participate in. And it's one of my proudest and the board's most achieving accomplishments, I believe, in that we've been able to keep hockey affordable to Dickinson. And so in comparison, a Pee Wee age kid, which is a 5th, 6th grade individual, in Bismarck is about a $900 registration fee, whereas in Dickinson we're $150, which includes their USA Hockey membership. It's fun to travel around, and you get to know a lot of families outside of the area as you meet them and see them year after year in competition. And I love to sit there and talk about how affordable hockey is in Dickinson and watch them lament that. And then additionally, for our youngest participants and new players, Dickinson Hockey Club provides gear with a security deposit. So there's no need to have to go out to buy the $200, $300, $400 of equipment. It's there for them to use, to see if they're interested, to see if they like it, and if they stick with it as they get older, then they do get their own gear. And then additionally, with the growing numbers, we've got enough interleague competition at some of those younger ages and lesser abilities where they're able to have some competition in-house, and we don't have to put them on the road to travel to some of those other communities, which is sometimes a deterrent for families, not only from cost, but a time commitment. And so the interleague competition has really helped grow and maintain numbers. Benefits of third sheet of ice. So obviously a few of these bullet points were some of the measures we've taken. We'd like to get back to business as usual in that regard, but first and foremost, to satisfy the USA Hockey game to practice ratio I spoke about and get these kids back to the appropriate amount of ice to their age and ability level. We'd like to hopefully be able to eliminate early morning and late night practices. That is a task on kids. If you can imagine getting an adolescent or teenage kid out of bed at 5 in the morning for a week worth of practice, it could potentially affect school and family situations. As well, those late night evening practices with a 13 or 14-year-old child getting off the ice at 10 o'clock, not being able to drive. And so there's a commitment there from families and kids that goes beyond hockey. And then, as you saw, our growth numbers, just be able to provide that ice time to those younger ages and peak and keep interest in hockey and continue to grow our numbers. There's ability to implement weekly skill sessions for motivated players. So really, we break down in planning our hockey in three ways. One is we want to attract a participant. Then, of course, we want to retain that participant, but ultimately we want to develop skill. And so with the shortage of ice, it compromises potentially all three of those goals. More ice would be able to allow those higher level kids time to develop and hone their skill. We've had interest that we've had to decline in growth in adult hockey. There are quite a few intramural hockey teams that they get the short end of the stick when it comes to scheduling and ice times, and ultimately get a Sunday evening 9 o'clock, and I think that limits some participation there. Curling commenced with the second sheet of ice, and again they kind of get the short end of the stick and gets some odd hour times, and I think that's limiting to that. I think Park and Rec would have some input on that a little more, but potential to grow curling in the community. We've had interest on adult learn to skate programs. We don't have it currently because we don't have time. And of course, the availability of year-round ice, again, to develop skill, but as well host clinics and camps and bring in also players from other areas and regions because not all communities have year-round ice. As far as hosting, it would put us into the next tier in terms of on the North Dakota State Amateur Hockey Association level to be able to host what they coin as their super tournaments, where they bring in all skill levels within one age and they have one large tournament. And that brings in 30 to 35 teams of 15 to 20 participants per team for a four-day weekend each year. And we're out of that rotation currently because we don't have the facility to host that. Additionally, within North Dakota Amateur Hockey, they have skill development and bring in, currently a lot of this is hosted in the eastern part of the state, but it would allow us to be a host site for regional off-season type events where you bring in North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, and Wyoming for competitive and skill development camp weekends in the off-season. That brings in about 400 to 450 athletes per weekend. And then, off-season use abound. I know Communities like Mandan, when they decommissioned their hockey rink that was tied to their school and they built their new facility, they put in a multi-use turf area, and I know that is used heavily by other sports groups. Williston, within their community center, has a turf area, and again, through hockey, I have friends in Williston, and they use those facilities for baseball and golf and inclement spring sports practices and even competitions in some place. So I don't know if we have our cart in front of our horse in this regard, but we broke down kind of ultimately our needs into 3 phases, and we've done a little work on this, and I'd like to share that with you. So phase 1, I alluded to it. We built an off-ice dryland training area with the help of Park and Rec to supplement the shortage in ice, and that is done, at least on a temporary basis, depending if and when we get ice and where that ends up being, and I'll show you some pictures of that quickly. Phase 2, locker rooms, again, depending if and when and where ice would go, is what's holding up locker rooms. I'll get into some specifics on some needs we have with locker rooms. And then, of course, phase 3 itself is ice. So this is, if you're familiar with the ice center, this is what I would call the west end, which was a lean-to storage where Park and Rec had some bleachers and some miscellaneous things. They were gracious enough to give us that space where we developed that into what you see on the left-hand side there is an artificial ice to simulate stick handling and puck handling as though you were on the ice. You can't wear your ice skates on there, but the release and the shot is very familiar. So what we've done is the kids, when they are, this is scheduled just like ice, and so when they're missing an ice session, it's offset with this, and it's structured, it's scheduled by team, and this is used and booked out every day from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. For every group. And then half of their session is again skill development with puck shooting. The other half, as you see on the right hand, is sport-specific injury prevention, core type exercises, and muscle memory building. So again, that facility may end up having to be get moved if we were to go with an option that I'll present later in terms of where a potential third sheet of ice could go. Our locker room situation is as dire as our ice, obviously with that many teams. So currently in our Charbonneau Arena, our main arena, we have 6 locker rooms. 2 of them are dedicated to our boys and girls varsity, and 1 is used by the boys JV, which they vacate on the weekends to accommodate our youth game schedules. The biggest issue with our locker rooms is we do have the potential to have opposite gender teams in adjoining locker rooms. If you're familiar with that facility, the vestibule area opens up and there is eye contact directly between locker rooms, as well, and more concerning, the shower and the bathroom facilities are shared. Now obviously Park and Rec does their best to lock those from one side or another, depending if there's a boy or a girl team in there, but it is a real potential for a disaster, if you can imagine. So we'd like to get some dedicated locker rooms for girls. The 3 remaining locker rooms are we use on the weekends for youth teams, and as well during the week for practices, but they carry their gear to and from practice every day. Those are smaller locker rooms. They don't quite accommodate the larger teams that we're seeing with the older ages. And we end up using one of those locker rooms to accommodate officials and referees. At any given time, you can have as much as 16 officials coming and going from our facility. And so there is, in the Cornerstone, the new arena, an official coach's locker room, but it was drastically undersized. It has room for about 4 or 5. And as you can imagine, you don't want the official and the coach in the same area before or after a competition. So we're putting those officials in what is a locker room. And so we really have a need 4 working locker rooms per sheet of ice. to make that rotation go. And then finally, in the 4 locker rooms that are on the cornerstone, there are no showers, so we're unable to put the older age group kids over there because they, if you've ever smelled a hockey locker room, they're pretty foul afterwards, and they do require showers, and we've had kids walking in towels through the facility looking for showers. So we did some work with JLG in way of planning to ascertain, 1, design elements and what would be possible, 2, preliminary budgets. And what you see here in the shaded area in the upper left-hand corner was what would be a potential location or home for additional locker rooms. I'm not going to get too much in the weeds with that tonight. I think that's far beyond what we're hoping to ascertain this evening. Likewise, with the ice, we do have 2 options, and again, in way of preliminary design, both of them on the current facility. We work very closely with Park and Rec on the front end of this, and something to show that we are serious and we do need to keep this ball moving. So currently, the 2 options are similar in function and would account for a practice sheet of ice, which could also host youth games, locker rooms. And so if you've been in the facility, something very similar to what is the cornerstone or the newest rink, the second sheet of ice, minus the built-in bleachers and the mezzanine area. Again, something very similar to what Bismarck just made public in way of plans. Master plan showing the potential 2 options. One, I'll call it north. It's maybe a little more northeasterly towards the back of the facility, and the other option off to the west at an angle or diagonally. I think at another time, if and when we do get a little more in the weeds with this, we can sit down and divulge pros and cons with each of those. A little more detailed plan showing that option 1 centralizes maybe a little more back-of-house operations versus number 2, maybe a little more architecturally pleasing from the street and from the eye, but would accomplish our needs as well in terms of ice. And so, thank you for your time. I probably took a little more than I was allocated. And as much as anything, I'd pose the question, what do we need to do to get and keep the ball rolling for a 3rd sheet of ice?
Thank you.
Any questions?
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Grohl?
What is your realistic timeline on this?
For us, as you saw in our numbers, sooner than later, but beggars can't be choosers, and so we know the construction cycle, it would take time. So sooner than later, as soon as possible, but we also want to do it right.
To that question, the work from JLG, are they your permanent architect, or are you going to bid this?
Not at all. This would be bid. That was on the design and preliminary budget phase solely, and that was paid for by Dickinson Hockey Club.
Okay. Are there going to be any improvements to the main ice arena?
Not in this project. The improvements that we do currently are done through our sponsorship partnerships with businesses. And the money that was pledged for that namesake is put towards rink improvements. So things like, if you noticed last year, we did a permanent mat to match the entryway and vestibule area. We added 6-foot-high glass. They replaced some doors and did some remodeling on the existing locker rooms. That's where those improvements come from.
Okay, and then looking at your design here, if you select the west as your location, how's that going to impact the main arena for other activities? You know, it's used for sports shows, car shows, the home show. They access that big rolling door there on the west side. Would that limit that main arena then for activities?
No. There would also be a separate entrance to the west design. Not all foot traffic would have to come through that main entrance to get to the west design.
I think what you're referring to is like they pull campers in there and boats.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, they did talk about that, and they talked about accessing that to what I'll call the south, or more directly to the parking lot area, is where that door would be repurposed.
So you'd have to change the main.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Ultimately, like any of the projects that come to us, I guess we would need a final total, and then we'd have to look at what level of commitment we're willing to step up. I saw what Bismarck is going to spend on their third sheet, so I guess it would probably be something comparable.
It's very comparable. The preliminary numbers we have were high, and they were because through that dream process, we're encouraged to put everything possible and imaginable in there, and we did. And of course, we got sticker shock, and we brought in, or JLG brought in Mark Melmer with J.E. Dunn to kind of really take a harder look at it and be a little more realistic. And it came in right in that 8 to 9 million, which if you saw is almost exactly where Bismarck was with theirs for something very comparable. I think they maybe have a little more parking lot work there, but
I think we all realize the demand. Our youth sports here are exploding, and a lot of that has to do with the size of the families we have, young families. All have 5 kids, 6 kids, some more. So we know that our facilities are going to be pushed to their limits. So as a city, I think we'll be receptive. I mean, I can just speak for myself. I'll be receptive. I understand the need. I like that you looked at the costs and reevaluated that, so that we can take a hard look at next year and see what we can do to help you guys out. I guess it would help too to see what other organizations, if public school or whom else, whoever is going to step up, private. I'm sure there's going to be a fundraising camp.
for sure, for sure. And again, if you saw what Bismarck did, they did it in conjunction with their public school, with their park board, and with their city. Not to say we would have to follow that model. I can tell you as a board, we've sat and had financial discussions. We would absolutely have a skin in the game, vested interest, much like we did with the previous expansion. We have not underwent a capital campaign. As much as anything, we'd like to know more directly from this board, from the city, is this something realistic? And then we could coincide some fundraising. But again, introductory today, get it on your minds, and then from you what we need, whether it be more directly in way of financing and so forth, to keep the ball rolling.
Have you guys set up a building committee, or?
No.
I mean, something with the planning that maybe somebody from the city and park board could be, involved in going forward, so.
Okay, we can definitely do that.
Could kind of start looking at the process and. Thoughts on that?
No, I think that's a great idea to get everybody on board, all the interested parties. The need is there, so we'll have to see what we can assist in the process.
Okay.
Commissioner Soboluk, Commissioner Oderman, any comments? Okay.
No.
Thank you for the presentation. Like I said, I think we know there is a definite need, and look forward to working with you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
And when all these hockey fans leave, just know there is a JV varsity game tonight, so no disrespect intended, but there's hockey tonight. Thank you.
All right,
you.
thank you. All right, we'll move into public hearing for the rezone request for rezone from ag to rural residential for 159.87 acres. And Mr. Hadley, wind his way through here.
It was a truck route discussion. I thought it was a truck route discussion. Didn't get
Yeah, that
many.
was.
Good evening, Mr. President and Commission. First item you have is going to be ordinance 1735. As you said, it's 159 acres that will allow the Broken X preliminary plat that was heard by the Planning Commission this last month to move forward. The Rochau, existing Rochau subdivision is directly to the left on the map there.
So this continues that to the east,
This is to the east.
all the way to that connector road,
To 109.
109.
Yep.
Okay.
109. And Planning Commission heard this item, had public hearing on it. There was no opposition to this. There were some questions on roadways and whatnot that we discussed for the preliminary plat that I think we had resolved, but staff would definitely recommend approval of ordinance 1735 as presented, and this would be the first reading and public hearing.
All right, any questions, commissioners, for Mr. Hadley? Hearing no questions for Mr. Hadley, we will open the public hearing. If anyone has any comments, concerns, questions on the rezone request, taking this ag land to rural residential on the eastern border of the city of Dickinson, please come forward. State your name and let the commission hear your concerns. Anyone have any concerns? If you're watching online, 701-456-7006. Anyone have any concerns? This is a public hearing, so any comments, questions, or concerns, please come forward, state your name, let us know if you have any questions on 1735. Seeing no one has any concerns, questions on the rezone of the Broken X Estates subdivision, Mr. Hadley, staff recommendation is to approve. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. President. The staff recommendation is to approve as written.
Commissioners, any further comments, questions? Hearing none, I'd look for a motion on this item.
Mr. President, I move to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Frederick to approve 1735.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Walla. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mrs. Sobeluk?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Mr. Hadley, next item up is a rezone request, and that is for an amendment from R1 low-density residential to community commercial, and this is for west 150 of lots 1, 2, and 3, block 4 of Gress's subdivision.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President and Commission. This is right off of 8th, the truck route, and Highway 22 is on the right there. This would be ordinance 1736. The request is to go, as you said, from R1 to CC. The property directly to the east is already zoned CC, and this this property is actually in our future land use map as commercial, and it's zoned R1. So the property owner, as part of a sale, is looking to make that in conformance with our comprehensive plan and move it forward. So Planning Commission also heard this at the November meeting, and there were no opposition to this request, and staff would recommend approval of the first reading, and this is also a public hearing of 1736.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley. Any questions for Mr. Hadley or staff on 1736? Hearing no questions, we'll move to the public hearing. Anyone from the public has any questions, comments, or concerns, please come forward, state your name, let us know your comments or concerns or questions on this rezone request. Anyone from the public? If you're watching online, you may call into 701-456-7006. Any concerns, questions, or comments from the public on this rezone? Anyone? Seeing no one from the public has any concerns or comments or questions, we'll close the public hearing on this rezone request. This is Ordinance 1736. Commissioners, do you have any further questions? Now I look for a motion on 1736.
I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sobeluk,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Walla. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mrs. Sobeluk,
Aye.
Ms. Walla,
Aye.
Mr. Frederick,
Aye.
Mr. Oderman.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Our next item up is a public hearing for legal description for plat vacation and de-annexation, or some may know as exclusion, for the northwest quarter section of Section 31, Township 149 North, and this is in Stark County. And for the general public, the maps are up. They might be a little hard to read, but this first section is, Mr. Hadley, this is in what was known as Pinecrest, right?
Yes, this would be parcel A
Parcel
in your
A.
packet
Yep.
and in your motions. This is also heard at the November planning meeting, public hearings on all of these items. There was no major opposition on any of this. This next item would be 1737, and this is the area that is basically the homestead for the owner of all of these properties. So this map that I just showed you, it's hard to read, you have one in front of you. The orange outlined or yellow outlined orange properties are the properties we're talking about today. And this property is the southern portion of the one on the west side of the screen, or left side.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hadley. Any questions for Mr. Hadley on this exclusion? Again, this is Ordinance 1737. This is a public hearing. I'll open up the public hearing. If anyone has any comments on this plat vacation, de-annexation, or exclusion, please come forward, state your name, let us know your questions or your concerns. If you're watching online, you may call in 701-456-7006. Again, anyone from the public have any concerns, questions, or comments? Anyone from the public? Seeing no one from the public has any concerns or questions on this exclusion? This is Ordinance 1737. Commissioners, do you have any further questions?
Mr. President, if I could correct you on this, the first motion would be on the vacation of the plat. So
Okay.
we vacate the plats first, and then we,
And the DNA.
and then the
Okay.
exclusion.
Yeah, the exclusion.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is on the vacation of the plat. 1737 is the vacation.
For motion. Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Frederick.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Walla. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Mrs. Sobeluk?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Now, 1738 will be on the de-annexation or exclusion of this section of land.
On parcel A, yes, sir.
Yes, on parcel A. This is 1738. We already had the public hearing, so are there any further questions, commissioners? If there are none, I'd look for a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Frederick,
Second.
second by Commissioner Walla. Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Mrs. Sobeluk?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Our next item up, which would be item B on our map, and this would be, again, a legal description for plat vacation and de-annexation exclusion for the southwest quarter section of Township 140 in Stark County, which the first item and the second item are plat vacation and de-annexation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This particular property is just north of 35th or 21st, whatever you know it as. It was supposed to be a manufactured home development portion of the Pinecrest development. Looking back at, once again, this is on the left-hand side of your screen, or the west, and it's the northern portion of the west side of the property here. Once again, no comments at the public hearing on November 17th through the Planning Commission. This property is undeveloped. It is platted as part of Pinecrest. So the first ordinance, excuse me, 1739, I believe we're at.
Yes.
First ordinance would be 1739, and that would be for the plat vacation. And staff would recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley. Guess I'm just looking this over here quick. Are there any questions, commissioners, on this? Plat vacation or de-annexation? Not, I'll open up the public hearing. If anyone has any concerns or questions, please come forward, state your name, let city staff or the commission know your concerns, questions, or comments. If you're watching online, 701-456-7006. Anyone from the public? Anyone from the public have any concerns, comments, or questions on 1739 or 1740? The first one will be a plat vacation. Second one will be de-annexation or exclusion from the city of Dickinson. Seeing no one has any comments, concerns, or questions, close the public hearing. First item up would be the plat vacation. This would be 1739. Commissioners, do you have any further questions for Mr. Hadley or staff? Hearing no questions or comments, I'd look for a motion.
I'll move to approve ordinance 1739.
We have a motion to approve 1739 by Commissioner Walla.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Frederick. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and vote. Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Mrs. Sobluck?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next item up is 1740, and this is the de-annexation or exclusion. Are there any further comments or questions by commission members to city staff or Mr. Hadley? Not, I look for a motion.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sobluck,
Second.
second by Commissioner Frederick. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mrs. Sobluck?
Aye.
Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. The next item up is the legal description for de-annexation for the west half section 25 of Township 140 in Stark County. And this is for de-annexation and exclusion from the city, and this would be 1741. I know that the attachment we have says 2021 Frenzel. Is it owned by the,
Yes, sir, it is.
it is his?
Same owner.
Okay.
Yes. They own all these parcels.
Okay, they own all of them, okay. All right, so this would be all under the same ownership. So, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President and Commission. This is the parcel, I think everyone knows as Sundance Village, or what was the planned development. It's just off the southwest corner is where Sundance Cove is. On the west side of this, or the left side of your screen, is 109. So directly across the street to the west is where we just looked at that zone change for the Broken X development. This particular parcel was heard, obviously, on November Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. There was no opposition. There are 6 homes, and Mr. Zeroff has informed me that there's 6 accounts that we currently serve as garbage, and I believe that's the only thing we do besides, I think Mr. Zeroff does do some plowing in conjunction with the county currently, so there would be 6 less sanitation accounts. Just so you're aware of that. Staff would recommend approval, and this is the first reading of 1741.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley. Any questions for Mr. Hadley on 1741?
And so the commissioners are aware, just one comment, we are going to notify those citizens that they would be, there's a transition period, that they would then have to seek their own refuge from the rural company as opposed to the city for collection.
No, there are no other city services besides waste.
Yeah, okay. So that roadway, the snow removal would probably be a consideration. I just have to make sure we transition it aware to the county. They already go out to that location, but as long as, Mr. Zeroff, as long as we're coordinating so those citizens know that there would be a loss of service, but there should be a transition period, that we'll make sure we do it internally as a staff.
Yes, we'll move forward with that. That's the only utility accounts we have out there are the refuse. And we'll also work with our solid waste manager, and we'll determine, when does this go into effect? Immediately?
Well, just first reading, second reading, so after second reading.
It'll be, yep, yep, thank you. First of the year?
We should try to get them a 60-day transition period or something.
Sure.
90 days, or what is that?
I believe Mr. Heiser from the county, he was at the meeting, he's very well aware of it, so I mean, some coordination with them as far as plowing.
We'll contact
make
each homeowner and work with them.
Yeah, did they make a recommendation from P&Z when we went through that? Was there a recommendation for the transition?
On the
timeline?
garbage?
We
On
don't
the
do that very
refuse?
often, so I don't know the timeline. I think 60 days is probably sufficient. It is winter, but I think 60 days, and that area is serviced by other companies for rural garbage.
We already plow out to Sundance Cove.
Yes, yes. There was some coordination with the county on plowing the north-south road, but we did do some improvements in that area, some buildup on the roads, some stormwater improvements. And then we did go in and come off the main road and plow in that subdivision.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Hadley or staff?
And Mr. President, this one's an easier one because there's only exclusion. It's not
Okay.
platted, so, one motion.
All right. This is 1741, this is a public hearing, so we'll open up the public hearing. If anyone has any concerns, comments, questions, please come forward. If you're watching online, again, 701-456-7006. Anyone with any concerns, comments, or questions? Anyone? Seeing no one has any questions, comments, or concerns, I'll close the public hearing. And if there are no further questions, commissioners, I'd look for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Frederick,
Second.
second by Commissioner Walla. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mrs. Sobeluk?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hadley. We're a little past the time, but scheduled for 5:25 was public comments not on the agenda. If you have any public comments that are not on the agenda this evening, please come forward, state your name, and let the commission know your concerns, questions, or any other comment on our agenda this evening, or items not on our agenda. So please come forward. This is your time.
Evening. Commissioners and President, my name is Andy Mejia, and I'm the President of San Jose Plaza. We are a real estate agency here in Dickinson, and my request is that on 7th Street West, that used to be a one-way street, and it was changed to a two-way street. At this time, due to the businesses that we have in our low location, I would like to request that that be considered to go back to a one-way street from 3rd Avenue to Sims, I think was where the change was made 2 or 3 years ago. I got the request from David Clem from Planning to come to this commission meeting to, to share my request.
So that's the one way that was there in the past when the hospital was there. Go back to a one-way, your request would be?
Yes, sir.
And I think we took that out, made it
Just a couple years ago.
bi-directional because of the lack of well, there was no activity at that
Correct, there was no truck.
facility at that time,
Yep.
so. Mr. Zuroff, is that something you and city staff can look at and analyze?
I would probably want to coordinate with engineering,
In
and we can sure
engineering.
look at it.
Mrs. Marshak, to look at that again, bring maybe a report back to us?
And I'm
Yeah.
assuming it's just because of how parking is, because it does
Correct.
narrow the street because
Yes.
it's still designed as a one.
And that was something, excuse me, we moved, once it became two-way again, we looked at that angled parking, and we were changing that back to parallel.
Mr. Clement, come up to the mic.
Good evening. I had went out and met with the manager that's of the property and gave him what was voted on, what needed to happen, was take his parking from horizontal to vertical to match due to the width of the road and the fact that it was oncoming traffic, and if the potential, if there was an incident or an accident, people could be ticketed or cited for parking illegally. Basically what they would do is they would actually lose about 5 parking spots by taking it from horizontal to vertical.
So going back, it would just be us, do a
President
resolution
Becker,
again to change it?
So my recollection and with this project is we had some agreements, and maybe Mr. Hadley could speak to this if I'm wrong, but when we looked at putting businesses in St. Joseph Plaza, there was a time frame or a point where it got enough businesses that we would look at going back to this one-way. And so I think that's what you're speaking to, is that we've reached that threshold to revert back to the one-way street. So I think unless we've restriped the roadway out there for parking, I think we could utilize the parking that was previously there.
Correct. No restriping has been done, not on the city.
I think it would just have to be
All right.
some striping at the intersections and some signage change that we would have to update.
We'll update the signage that we removed.
I would say just continue to work with the city staff between engineering and Mr. Clement, Mr. Zuroff, and Mr. Winningham, and we can come to some kind of resolution with this. So if we've met the threshold, and so. I know it's
so.
very busy there, so.
There's quite a few businesses in that building now, and I'm not sure how exactly that was written, that agreement, but once there was a certain threshold met, I believe we were supposed to revert back to the one-way.
So yes, we have 27 businesses at the property, so we have been able.
Thank you.
To promote.
Do you have your contact with Mr. Clem, or? Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, Mr. Mejia, we'll do a review, but come see me. Come, you know, I'm available, but please come meet with me, and we can discuss this more, and we can set a path. That makes sense. Thank you for bringing that forward.
Mr. Hadley?
Mr. President, Commission, yeah, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I'm pretty sure that special use permit was granted that when the hospital achieved a 50% occupancy, or when necessary, that the actual
The old hospital.
Right.
Yeah.
That the applicant was actually responsible to put that back into a one-way, so work with Public Works and signage and whatnot. So I'll go back and look at the special use permit, but to verify that. But as far as I can recall, that's what it said. So Ms. Marshak was right on.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hadley. Anyone else from the public have any comments, concerns, questions, not on the agenda this evening? Anyone? Yes, well, that was going to be my next. Some of us are used to these very long meetings, but we will take a 5-minute break before we transition into our next, well, our we're done with the public comments, so I think I left off right after liquor license renewals, so we will go into the American Rescue Act in 5 minutes. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Our first item up is the American Rescue Fund Act funding review. Mr. Winningham.
Mr. President and Commissioners, there is a slide deck. If it doesn't come up, I'll just talk through it.
I was supposed to give her a heads up. There
Signal.
she is.
The signal. And I will try not to blind anybody with the laser pointer. I got it, Shelley. You won't have to duck. I'll be somewhat brief here. I don't want to talk too far about the history, but I think it's important for the commission and the public to just a review. So the CARES Act, which is also known as the Coronavirus Aid Relief Economic Security Act, was that first push of legislation that the federal government spent all the money to basically help with that initial push into when we started with Corona. If you look at the dates, it was enacted March 27, 2020. It looked at various ways to do funding to relieve all the pressure that was on municipalities. Fast forward, the state of North Dakota, next slide, the state of North Dakota, is that me, Des, that turns this? Okay, I just want to make sure I don't hit it too many times. This is on. It's just I don't want to go too fast. It's pretty slow. Okay, so I'll press on, and we'll catch up with the slide. The next slide really just shows the eligible uses for the CARES Act, and I'm just going to cut to the chase on that. The state of North Dakota Act functioned as the pass-through for these funds, and we made the request through our 41 sworn officers, so that the city received a bulk amount of money that was essentially could be used by audit and used really to cover salaries or to cover anything that we deemed appropriate for coronavirus relief. That money came whole. It didn't come with strings, and it really came as a general fund amount. What you'll see Linda cover later in our 2020 audit is that fund essentially allowed us to reduce general transfer, GPT transfer, oil revenue transfer to zero. So that $3.4 million still lives, and it's not tied to CARES. But we are going to cover it by audit to ensure that all that money is appropriately used, even if it's not considered CARES. So I mean to say that we're not bound by the federal government requirements in the Treasury guidance. What we're bound by is just good use of the taxpayer or stewardship this commission has always done. We will discuss the CARES Act dollars, that 3.4, at another meeting date, so we can determine what that money could be used for. The second piece of legislation was the American Rescue Plan Act funding, otherwise known as ARPA. We're going to the next one. I want to make sure this works. Thank you. That law was signed last year, or beginning of this year in March. There was several different Treasury guidance that has come out on ARPA funds. And so they tried to make it broad-based. They tried to make it less intrusive for people to use. The way that the city of Dickinson received those funds was based on math that the federal government does for what's considered community development block grants. Essentially, we were a non-entitled entity. That means our government was as a city, under 50,000 population, so we were considered a non-entitled entity. And so those funds, once they determined that math, we were going to receive $3.8 million. That's also going through the state of North Dakota. They are prohibited by the federal statute to touch it, to do anything with it except for account for it and send it to us. And that first burst, they call it 2 tranches, that first burst was $1.8 million, and we have received that. We expect to receive the second portion of that August of next year timeframe. So next slide, if you can. Yeah. In general, these are the eligible uses for the ARPA funds, and I will say that they tended to make it easy for the federal government in the legislation, but it's a several thousand page document, and then they are going to put what's called interim or final rules from the Treasury that gives us guidance on how we can use them. So in general, when you look at how to use them, support for public health expenditures, anything you could tie to COVID-19 mitigation measures was acceptable. You could address negative economic impacts caused by public health emergency, and that was primarily for health workers or households or any money you spent, such as our plexiglass and things that we did to try to mitigate COVID-19. Additional, you can replace lost public sector revenues. So if we had an item of revenue that was way below what we expected from the budget year, we could make the case that we needed to use the funds to put into those tax revenues that we had lost. Provide premium pay for essential workers. The city of Dickinson, early on in the pandemic, when it was more of a crisis mode, designated all city workers as essential, which requires them to come to work with some provisions. And the last thing was invest in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, and a lot of leeway in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure if you look at the guidance. And it isn't much more substantial than this slide. Although this looks like a summary, there really isn't much more guidance beyond that. There are a few things that are the interim, they call it the interim final rule from Treasury, and those have some left and right limits, but primarily what's happening is government organizations that follow GAAP accounting, or an organization that looks at ways to spend this government money, that's who we're getting additional guidance from, just to ensure that we're complying with all the ARPA expenditure requirements. The next slide will show that we have, we can go back in time a little bit, all the way till, it doesn't show on this slide, but I believe the very end of 2019, and we have up until obligated money. If we have projects due, we can obligate that money up to 2024 with an expenditure of total funding by 2026. And that's if there was projects that have to extend over the fiscal year development plan, or over 2024, what I think they would call period of performance. If it was a long project, we can extend that all the way out to 2026. That sets up this last slide, and this just shows in general what that money looks like in numbers. We're going to hold in place, just as an update, that $3.195 million for 2020, and that sits in general fund. So that money we can talk about in our next meeting when we talk about how to use really strategic planning for use of funds that we currently hold in general fund. But what I wanted to focus on is at least putting some weight into our initial burst of ARPA funds. The second piece of it's not on the screen here, it's what we have in our budget book. We had the team look at 2019 to 2022, and those are the subsidy breakdowns. What's really good about the city of Dickinson, and what the public really needs to understand, is the city has always went above and beyond taking sales tax revenue and turning that into needs-based programs or grants that people can come forward and request assistance. And that goes back all the way to the late 90s, when the sales tax was put in place, and we had to define by our current ordinance in Chapter 35 that designates the 1% sales tax at the 50%, 30%, and 20% of the 1% sales tax. All that does is give a pretty wide berth for the city commission to look at the needs of the city with these types of funds. One of the options we currently have that we want to discuss and generally have a consensus on to go forward for a vote next meeting would be that we consider taking what we already know as a bill for 2022. That is the current subsidies we're faced with on that slide that's in your packet. For 2022, we have 1.1 million or $1,155,000. one option for that first burst of money, since it is somewhat time sensitive, is to look at those bills that we already have due. And for 2022, what was approved in the budget was $25,000 for the domestic violence shelter, the Stark Development Corporation that is completely in line with what ARPA funds are for is $750,000, $205,000 for public transport, $50,000 for senior citizen grant program, $50,000 for the Southwest Regional Grant Program, $17,000 for the Sunrise Youth Bureau, and then the $58,000 with Downtown Association. We just have to make sure that that is considered economic development for that one. But in general, I just wanted to present that. We had talked about at the last meetings, and I know I missed a few in November, but we talked about options that we would have for the City Commission to consider. This is one option to consider for this part of the money. And then I wanted to discuss briefly what I think is some options for what the federal government had called premium pay for employees. I think it's a bad term, but that is how they've defined it in the legislation. And I think really the term should be that it's pay that, if I was to create the term, I would say it's payback for what the city government and city staff had to endure. So endurement pay would be a good one. We don't use the term, but essentially somehow defining a way to give some type of funding, because the city staff was required to be here during the pandemic. And I know employers across the country and even in local employers are wrestling with this idea that why should employees receive premium pay? They have a job, they didn't get laid off. I mean, these terms I hear from employers, but what I mostly hear is how difficult it is to hire employees within the area of Dickinson. And so one way that we want to shape our environment as a city government is to ensure that the citizens receive the best quality service. I can do that by pulling on heartstrings and saying that public service is a greater good than your paycheck, but many of our employees, from the middle area of our employment down to the last, are faced with just putting gas in their tanks. And considering the inflationary cost between 6 and I would say it's up to 15% for some of the things that our employees are having to endure. It's very hard for me to hold the line with employees to say, we want you to be your very best regardless of what's happening economically. The citizens of Dickinson have no other place to go. And so that means we have to be the best. We have to provide the absolute best service because they can't go to another city. There's a challenge with that. I know that we're not at the standard that I would like to see for perfection. That's me, coming from the U.S. military and really seeing that as a goal. There's a lot of challenges within each department, and I'm fully aware of that. I think we're on a great path because I think of what the commission has done in the past has set us on a really good path so that we can pay for our employees by, one, conducting a wage study going back all the way to 2019, finally approving that in 2021. And it set us on at least an economic path that shows that we support our employees. So what I wanted to bring forward is the idea that we would look at providing what the federal government terms as a premium pay. Essentially a 1.5% to 2% one-time use of the ARPA funds to pay employees. And that for most, that would be about $1,900 for the entire year. So a $1,900 premium pay that really covers 3 years. I don't want to overstretch that. 2.5 years of coronavirus relief. And so I just wanted to bring that forward to the commission for your consideration. Give some thoughts, and then I can go forward with what I would consider a vote for our meeting on the 21st of December. And with that, I'll hold for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Winningham. Any questions for Mr. Winningham? After looking at a lot of the data that has been presented, I guess if I was to make any recommendation going forward to Mr. Winningham to bring forward for us to look at, and possibly crunch the numbers a little bit better for us. I think using these dollars as prescribed in the, as the subsidies break down, we'd have to take a clear look at the downtown association. Maybe that has to be extracted from those dollars. But I think that would be something we could look at and to offset some of those costs. One of the things we had discussed in the past too is using some of this funding to possibly refund some licenses, fees that were paid by businesses affected, it be bars, restaurants with their liquor licenses that are paid directly to the city. I guess I'd like to know those numbers, what they would actually be, just for 1 year. And then any other businesses that were closed down by the lockdown or whatever was imposed at that time. And to my knowledge, I think the only other ones that were shut down besides the bars and the restaurants were barbershops and salons. Gyms, okay. So that's the information I needed, the gyms too. So I guess that to me would be something to consider, since they don't pay a fee to us, barbershops, salons or gyms, they don't pay a fee to the city. What's that, utilities? Yeah. Yeah. But what I was thinking along that line is maybe just a one-time payment to those type of facilities, maybe just $1,000 for that, them being shut down. But that, again, that could be a number that could be negotiated between us as commissioners and then the other thing that I guess I am probably torn most, because just hearing from the people that do pay attention to our city commission meetings, they, especially business owners, is how much they do appreciate all the hard work from all the employees. But to me, it's a tough one for me to grasp, to this premium pay, and I don't like the term on it either. But if I was to make a recommendation on this, I would probably go with that we do a premium pay amount, again, that could be negotiated, but I would go with just the hourly employees. Recommend just the hourly employees. So, and my starting figure on that would be around $1,800. So I think after taxes, that would probably come out to around, Linda probably spinning numbers already. So I would leave that for discussion, those three items.
And just to, before, because I'm going to complete this thought for you, Mr. President, we could create a grants-based or needs-based grant, much like we do with the Southwest Regional Grant, and people could come forward and present during this grant process, since we already have one in place, those economic impacts, and then you can make it auditable. If they came forward and said, our business shut down, things that the city could relieve them of is going back and looking, well, they paid for a permit potentially, and we could look at case by case.
But I think there needs to be a cap on it too. So I mean,
you could set the dollar amount and say up to $1,000 or something
Right.
like that. We just have to look at the numbers, but I think it is something you have to do for accountability. The application, although we don't want to be a social services program as a
Right.
city, but this is one of the acceptable uses for the funding. I just have to flesh out what that would look like by process and bring it back to the commission, because I do have to do a little bit of research with how the accounting would be for that. But it does make sense.
What paying these subsidies out of that money helps us? I mean, all these subsidies are basically already set out in the sales tax we collect. So, I mean, I've said this from the beginning that I wanted this money to go to everybody that, in the community, not, I don't see how this helps everybody in the community. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, this money, everybody in this community was affected in some way over COVID. But just subsidizing the money we're already paying out of a different fund, I don't see how that benefits anybody but us as a city. And I don't like to use a one-time payer to pay reoccurring debts either.
So the idea initially was we already fund needs-based programs in the city with the 1% sales tax. So then you then have the flexibility to use that exact same dollar for a more flexibility as a commission. So what you're saying is we are limited or bound by using those ARPA funds. These are appropriate use for ARPA funds, and then you have more flexibility. So the money doesn't go away. It just allows the commission to have more flexibility to meet the needs of your citizens. Right now we're taking it out of a sales tax. So the idea is that it's money that you then can consider as a commission, that you're not bound by the federal law. So it gives you more flexibility. That's the logic behind the trade, because you're already, as a city, you've already done some great work to make sure that you can have these programs. But what happens with ARPA is the federal strings that are attached to that are so limiting that you're going to wind up using all of those funds potentially for things like sewer and water, which all that is also a one-for-one tax revenue reduction, or tax that you're taking from property tax. So all those reductions the city has done, we haven't raised any of those taxes. I think in the last, I think it's the last 10 years.
But we could take $750,000 a year for the next 3 years and put it towards reduction in our mill levy, and that benefits a lot more than what this is going to benefit.
You can do that. That's
Well, we can't do that with ARPA funds.
You can't do it with ARPA funds, is what I'm saying. With ARPA funds, you have a clean way to abide by the federal regulation that frees up your commission then to use those funds as you see fit. Right now, the federal government from Washington has said how you should use those funds. They do not know best. So this was just one option I wanted to present to give the commission flexibility to use the money that we most see is necessary as a commission for the people that are here. It's really just a way to for audit.
Wouldn't that be C, replace lost public sector revenue? I'm pretty sure we could show that our collections were down during COVID, that we could use $750,000 a year. That would reduce our mill levy. I'm pretty sure that C would cover that, not?
Because we didn't rescind or suspend the operational budget, even going back to 2020, since you approved the budget, you did not have necessarily a loss of revenue that you could show. You have a reduction of revenue, but there was no substantial loss because you covered your budget. So there are ways to do it, and a good accountant would have to show how there was some one-for-one revenue loss, but we still maintained, because of the commission's good fiscal responsibility, you were still able to cover all your bills without any considered revenue loss. And that's what makes this part difficult.
It says to provide government service to the extent of reduction in revenue experienced due to the pandemic. We can't prove that we had a reduction in revenue. Is that what you're telling me?
I think it would be difficult. I think we could, but I think it'd be
our
difficult.
sales tax and our oil revenue, all those were down over that 2-year period. That's a reduction in our revenue, is it not?
You could show that, and then you'd have to account for every dollar that you put back into your revenue. So it's no different than what I'm saying here. It's just harder to find that revenue loss than it is just to trade what they're already saying with the other provisions in the ARPA. So this is just one way to do it. We could crack some numbers and look and see where we think we had some revenue, because we show the slide every month that shows the revenue loss, and some of that's harder because it's unknown. So the revenue is already a guide, the budget is already a guide. So when you see revenue loss, they can say, Well, how did you know what it was going to be? And that's always the case. They're going to say, how did you know what your revenue was going to be? Well, we thought it was going to be X amount. And that's what makes it difficult with the way the federal government looks at it.
I mean, then the next item, one second, John. And then the next item would be, for me, would be something put towards behavioral health care. That would be my next priority on the list.
I second that. I have that wrote down. Because that's
Well,
something that we
I,
hear.
I agree with you there, but what organization?
I don't know.
Who are you going to give it to?
The second burst of 1.8 million, we have more time. If that comes in August, you can dedicate that 100% to those. But we currently do not have a process that provides for us to fund other organizations other than what we have in our current ordinance and our budget. So we would have to recreate a little bit of the wheel and figure out which agencies. And this doesn't include the question of what is the county providing with their $6 million? What is the state who just legislated an additional $1 billion, $112 million of that? It might have been 112, maybe 125. It's one of those two numbers. Went to mental health, to the state, which is our primary provider for social services. That, to me, we can go down the road and look at what local organizations are providing the most for needs for our citizens. I don't know what that is right now. I know there's a few organizations, one of them being the Homeless Coalition, that has come to the city and asked for certain ideas on what they would do for it, transitory housing. Those are considerations I think we have to bring strategically to the commission. That is on me to bring that to you in the spring when we look at a strategic look. What I was attempting to do is give you some just initial looks at what is possible quickly for these fundings.
I just think we're pretty creative. I think we can find places to spend the money in A, B, C, D, and E that will benefit the whole community.
I would hope that the public brings ideas to each of you as commissioners, that you could then provide some guidance that would allow us to explore what would make sense ethically and legally with these funds. And I think that would be good start points. We have very few at this point, other than trying to come up with staff options that would reduce tax to citizens. That was the intent, to use any of these funds that we already are taxing. We would not want to create anything that would add more tax to anybody.
John?
Commissioner Oderman, you had something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think this is maybe a little bit of an elegant solution to the ARPA funds, spending it on expenditures that we are already going to spend it on. I mean, sorry, that we were already going to expend, and then have that extra sales tax money, that we have full local control over, that is kind of flexible on what we can spend it on. If we spend the ARPA money on items that qualify for the ARPA funds that we were already going to spend, it frees up that money, that sales tax money, for other things that might pop up throughout the year, or things that we might want to get creative on in the future. I think it's kind of an elegant solution on what to do with this money in the near term.
Any other comments? And just for the commission's sake, a timeline that this first, we have till August, right? This first 1.8?
So the money in general, Mr. President, we have until 2024.
Okay.
So this is...
So we can lump it to 2024.
We can take some time here. I think we had initial appetite to use some of these funds as the federal government defined it as premium pay. And I didn't want to just make that, hey, we need more money for employees, as a start point. I think I wanted to put some work into what I think the art of the possible looks like with trading these funds to give the commission flexibility. And we already have the bills due, and I just use Stark Development as one of them. ARPA funds, to me, and how we've looked at it, $750,000 then goes back into your general fund that you can spend as you see fit. It gives you more flexibility. And I know it seems like it's a numbers game, but it is. When we do the Single Audit Act for the federal government, it's not completely kind. It's not as if they give us this guidance, we think we're doing well, and politically organizations are dealing with attacks on how they're using ARPA funds. People think it's a free-for-all, and we have to be very cautious. So it's going to take time for us to be cautious to do that. And I would say that what we do owe you as staff is options to the commission to then use those funds appropriately. And it's not as easy as it appears by reading the federal guidance.
Mr. President, my concern is that we replace that stuff we're funding already with this, and then that money just gets washed in the pile. Pretty soon that the money that's back in sales tax, we're just approving projects or things to spend that on that doesn't benefit anybody but in the public. And I don't think that's where I want to go. I mean, I want to say that we took these ARPA funds and these are the things we did with them. Not pay this contract that we already have to pay. How did you guys spend the COVID money you guys got to help the citizens of Dickinson? Well, we did this, this, and this. And this is where it went.
Do you have ideas?
I don't. But just doing what is being talked about here just washes that money back into the pile, and then there's no way to see what that benefit is down the road because it just gets spent wherever.
So for audit purposes, I'll put my city auditor hat on. If we were to take ARPA funding and put it in lieu of the $750,000, that is a journal entry that we've made that says ARPA funding was used for Stark Economic Development. I don't know all the history on Stark Economic Development Corporation, but I do know that their design purpose is to essentially create jobs and businesses and economic development. So that clearly should be, if it's a worthy contract, it should be usable as ARPA funding. But it is absolutely recorded that way and doesn't get washed. I think I may have used that term, but for accountability purposes, when we do the Single Audit Act, the federal government will have to look at every single dollar that we used that they've sent us.
Well, I understand that. They're going to see that we paid that $750 to start development. And now that $750 that we're not paying out of sales tax goes back in the wash, is what I'm saying. And it can be used on whatever wish list we want. So,
no, we have the freedom to.
Do we do that?
Yeah, now? But now we're not. I mean, how's that benefiting? How is that $750 that we're not taking out of sales tax going to benefit all the citizens of Dickinson that were affected by COVID?
That is what you get to decide. Then you take that $750. Right now, you can't do that.
But
right?
it's really hard to account for when it's. I mean, this way. I mean, we have to find uses that are.
Well, you must have some idea.
I don't. I honestly don't. But I'm just looking at this, and we have options here that I think we could come up with something that would benefit everybody.
Well, I guess I'll look forward to options from commissioners at the next meeting.
So Commissioner Frederick, on that one, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I want to make sure that that money would go into a fund that would stay on its own, that it is something that we can say, we spent our federal funding on this. But if it opens us an avenue to spend it on a wider array of things by paying a bill today with that money, and then putting this in another box saying this only can be spent on one-time funding for community betterment, or whatever we want to decide, what we visit with our constituents and decide on. I agree with you. I don't want to be paying bills or starting a new bill because it's a one-time. It's a Christmas gift. It's not a something we'll get year after year. But if allowing us to put money towards one thing and opening up our avenues to be extremely creative with a different, because the money's coming from a different source technically, I feel like that's a really good option. But I don't feel we should let it go unaccounted for. That when we are spending this money, if the ARPA money would go to something that is already a bill, we need to make sure we're coming up with worthy community type of avenues to spend that money. That is something more creative.
I agree. I agree with that.
I think I'm horribly explaining this. And so I apologize, Commissioner Frederick, for not, I think we're nearly saying the same thing. I'm just not saying it very well. And I think it's that if this money is used for Stark development, it's better accounting for the federal government. That money then goes to it's the same amount of money. You don't lose it. It just gives you flexibility to do what you're saying, which I don't know either yet. I have some ideas of what other cities are doing, but I would like to explore what exactly, for options. But I think we're almost saying the same thing. I'm not saying it that well.
So in Susie's thing there, so whatever bills we pay with the ARPA money, the money that we've taken as sales tax is gonna go into a separate fund to sit there and decide on what we want to spend it on. It'll be in a separate fund that we can see every day, and when we pay something out of there, we'll know exactly where it went.
We could.
I agree. That's with every fund that we have in the city.
No,
Every one of our funding with the city of Dickinson
I'm 100%
is in the public view when anybody asks for it. I mean, I've looked at these 6 different times, and we've talked about them 6 different times, and I feel like there's this sense that maybe there's money we don't know about. But I know that we account for every dollar in the city.
And I know we do, but I'm just saying that if we pay these bills with that money, it's just gonna go back into sales tax. The big sales tax fund. One big fund where it's all sales tax goes into. I'm saying if we're gonna use ARPA money to pay these bills, then that money that we take out of ARPA funds, we take out of sales tax and put into a separate fund. That's that same amount.
I agree. The only question I have to determine and need some help with is in our current ordinance, because the ordinance provides you a way to expend the funds. I still think it's going to be it'll help you it'll give you flexibility, but and Linda, you might have to on the fly here tell me this. We could put that as, and I don't want to call it ARPA funds, but we could put, we'll come up with the name, but one for one, that fund that basically gives you the flexibility then to say, just like it's no different what the state of North Dakota did. They sent us those CARES Act, and it's not called CARES anymore for us. It was just general fund. But I think you're absolutely right. We should call it something. And I think maybe it's, the
Community Impact Fund, whatever you want to call it. But that money needs to be one for one from out of here back into that account. That's how I feel.
the Commissioner Frederick Community Impact Fund. I'm going to call it that. I'm kidding.
Whatever.
No. Something close to that. But I think your
We'll
idea
have to,
is-
whatever the bills are paid out of, whatever fund is paid out of, like Stark Development comes out of a certain tax fund, we are still gonna be constrained within that fund.
I understand that.
Right.
Well, that's, I
But
mean,
then, again, it's up to us.
but I mean, that's what I'm saying, does that give us more flexibility?
Well, you're limited to 5 categories. Like I said, I'm looking forward to the ideas. Bring them to the next meeting.
And I owe some backside work to provide some more options and give some more clarity so that some of these discussions are just easier to look at. And so I will work with staff and get some options on the table that could provide something with community relief as a fund.
I mean, where I talked about putting that money towards our mill levy, I mean, when you look at B on here, I mean, address the negative economic impacts caused by a public health emergency, including economic harms to workers, households, small businesses, impacted industries, and the public sector. So if we gave everybody that has a household and a small business some sort of tax break for the next 3 years, wouldn't that be okay?
I think you could define a program that allowed for that at 3.8 million. you would be doing no different than funding your maintenance shortfall for your current mill levy, which is about $2.5 million per year. So it's just a trade-off. It's no different than what I'm saying with the sales tax. We currently are short 2.5 million or so a year in our mill levy for road maintenance. So we could just say, look, that's something the city hasn't been able to pay due to the economic impact. Because you can make the case, just like you said, that we had a reduction in sales tax. You can see it year over year. It's just a little more murky when you say, what was that going to be used for? The difference is, it's a loss of revenue, but we don't know the impacts because we've fully funded our budget. That's what makes it difficult to account for. So what I can do is put some more work together to define options that outside of this idea. This was just an idea that made a little bit of sense before this meeting. Makes a little less sense now based on some of the comments, but I think I'll be able to put some meat back on other options that you may find more appealing, which could be, when you say reduction of taxes, that would be any dollar we spend back into our maintenance funds, back into our roads, because we don't have to then raise our mills, which we have as a commission. You haven't done that in so many years that this is what makes it difficult. It's a good place to be for the city of Dickinson because we do have the funding to fully support our budget. It also makes it challenging since we fund all these extra things that you have for years. I mean, we have, since this form that was in our agenda, from 2019 to 2022, this is $4.93 million in subsidies that you've just essentially given back to the citizens. And many cities can't do that. In fact, they received ARPA funds as if it's a bit of a holy grail, a once-in-a-lifetime deal for them. And the city of Dickinson is not in that kind of condition. We're in a very good condition. So our ARPA funds are more difficult because we get to pick and choose. So I do owe you some work, Mr. President and Commissioners.
Okay. Next item up are our reports, and the first report this evening will be from the Dickinson Youth Commission, and President Meyer and I guess Deputy City Administrator will be handling the fee schedule. So, President Meyer, welcome.
Hi, Mr. President and Commissioners. My name is Riley Meyer, and I am the president, like he said, of the Dickinson Youth Commission, which is a group of 10 teenagers serving to advocate for youth and advise the City Commission. Since our first meeting in September, the Youth Commission has been diligent in providing opportunities for Dickinson area kids ranged 6th to 12th grade. The Commission has acted as a platform for young people to have their voices heard in local government and amongst community members. We provide an often forgotten perspective and are grateful to the City Commission, City Administrator Winningham, and Ms. Binstock for their help in organizing the Commission and providing us support. Now I'd like to turn the floor over to fellow Commissioner Truman Hamburger for a report regarding our tentative plan for the upcoming months.
Good morning, President of the Commission, esteemed City Commissioners. I'm Truman Hamburger. I'm one of the Dickinson Youth Commissioners, and I wanted to talk briefly about some of the things that we're doing throughout the community in our short time that we've already been instated. So first off, we've conducted a youth survey, which was a survey that was sent out to the youth of Dickinson High School and then Trinity High School to gauge what the youth of the community were feeling, and we identified a distinct lack of perception, at least, of community events for teenagers, especially that older teenager bracket from that 15 to 18 range. Many teenagers oftentimes don't feel like in that age range that they have things they want to do. So we're trying to endeavor to not only megalophone other events that are happening that identify those age ranges and even younger age ranges so that kids understand that they have places to go to have expression, activities for health, wellness, and creative expression throughout the city of Dickinson, but also draw away from any of the things that sometimes kids are known to get into that have negative impacts on our community. So among the things we're megalophoning is some of the different student and organizations throughout the city that we're using as to promote so that kids know they're available, as well as creating our own. So we are planning a snow days, an event in January for kids to come and have fun with the Dickinson Recreation Center in terms of winter-themed fun, as well as a Valentine's Day dance and a couple other events in the future. We're also working to improve student involvement by pioneering a student volunteering plan through the School of Dickinson that allows kids to be able to volunteer more easily to get their volunteer hours in for the State North Dakota Scholarship, and which will increase our student participation throughout our community and actually allow kids to engage in government. I think some of you have actually seen some other of our new partners that we've had at the school in terms of our careers in government class, which I'm sure has come and visited many of you in throughout the city and or you've come to visit us, and we've worked with them as well to also increase that civic understanding throughout our youth in our community. So thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And any questions you may have, we are willing to answer.
Can you talk about your Instagram? So the Dickinson Youth Commission has an Instagram, and you can just say it publicly, then maybe people can follow that.
Yes, for those of you that are Instagram savvy, our tag is Dickinson Youth Commission. There we have had a couple of posts just detailing our election process and a few other activities that we have had in the books.
I'm not on Instagram, but now I guess you gave me a reason to be on Instagram.
Welcome to the 20th century.
Yeah,
21st.
Well, I'll crawl back into my cave after this, so you're not either.
I'm not active on it.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll move into the 2022 fee schedule, and Deputy City Administrator Carlson.
Thank you, President Decker and Commissioners. In your packet that was presented, you have a fee schedule in there, and in the gold or yellow colored, it's updated or edited. In the green colors, there are the 22 additions. The fee schedule goes in front of the next commission meeting with a resolution and accept these changes and are effective as of January 1st of the next year. So with that, just for the public's knowledge, some of the changes or updates that we have are with the Chapter 4 liquor licenses, the ones that have been added. Domestic winery license was added, but at this time it is not applicable for any fees. Our beer and wine only on sale license, that's to be determined by the commission if what you are looking for, an issuance fee and or annual renewal. So if possibly we could get some decisions made on that before the 21st. Then our non-refundable application fee was $250. It is now $500. The $250 was actually supporting the background applications, credit reports, and then there was no fees for the administration part of processing the license, asking for that change. The new owner license fee, it was just clarified of what actually that means. That means annual fee plus application fee plus a prorated amount from commission approved application date through the December 31st of that current year. That's for a new owner license. So that was just clarified. There is actually no change in that. Down in the business contractor licenses, the arborist change was from $25 annual to $100, and per our past forester, the reason for that was purpose of the fee was to keep emphasize the importance of having a professional tree service to the public instead of just $25, so that they are using a professional. In the buildings and codes enforcement, one of the changes was property code compliance, weed control, lot mowing. The only thing that this is edited is in the buildings and sites area. We added it to the buildings and code area, as they also send out the letters for this mowing and weed control. we want it in both places because a convenience for citizens to be able to find it. That's the only reason. Property maintenance under the buildings and sites, private tree trimming, pruning, shrub removal, to make it in compliance with the weed control. It's, again, $500 per hour with 500 minimum. So in compliance with the other fees that we have, there's no changes on that. And then way back in the police department, with their new body cam and traffic requests, the body cams, CDs, DVDs, there is now rates for those, and it's actually in the fee schedule and shows that. Under solid waste, just a cleanup of different items that, like clean wood and trees is $30 per ton, but it's commercial only. City residents are not charged. So a lot of these were just cleaned up and defined, and then showing also in the red what the medium is in their charges. The outgoing material for purchases is new, showing what it would charge to have the materials that they have at the landfill or the baler, like wood chips, compost, crushed asphalt, and the prices are per ton. In streets, this was actually changed due to clarification. Some of the costs that were in last year, they were not defined, and rates were changed during the middle of the year. So they went to different aspects of where they put specifics for, like asphalt 4 inches is a specific, but concrete is the actual cost plus the 20% due to whatever the cost is at that time. Then they added direct injection patcher with operators and patching materials, outgoing materials, road oil, and road salt and stuff with actual costs. Brine rates, they simplified that. There was so many varied costs on that, so they put it as actual cost is what they're actually doing. Then one of the last ones is utility billing, water usage rate. That one is changing by 11 cents as the fee schedule comes out due to our Southwest Water Authority, where we buy raw water from and contract. They are raising it 11 cents per thousand. And due to the fee schedule, every year, whatever their increase is what we pass on for the increase. So that would go up 11 cents. So that's what I have, and as I stated, the resolution will be presented on December 21st to approve the fee schedule. If there is any concerns, questions, or decisions made on the fees, we'd like to present them before the resolution is approved.
Thank you, Mrs. Carlson. Commissioners, any questions, immediate questions on the fee schedule? Again, if you go through the fee schedule and you come up with any concerns or questions, please forward them to Mrs. Carlson before the next meeting.
Thank you. And I guess the only one that I'm more concerned of is the Chapter 4 with the new license in there. So if somebody does come along in the middle of the year and wants to change, we would need the commission to come up with something on that.
And right now, the cheapest one we have is $5.50, right, for the beer wine concession?
Correct.
Tap room, microbrew is $700.
It can't be any less than the beer only.
Right.
So I mean,
that's $700.
Say beer and wine, probably $1,000 or what?
And then you have also the domestic winery.
It's got to be probably similar to a tap room license,
Right.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, I would think it would be very similar to tap room. Or the brewer, yeah, the brewer tap room. So.
I agree with you gentlemen on those. I was thinking in that 1,000 to 1,200 for that on sale beer and wine, but I agree with the winery being the same as the tap room.
Any other comments, questions? We'll continue on. Next report is the 2020 audit. Is on mine, it's straight across the City Attorney Winkle, but I think that's your, I don't think she wants to tackle that, so.
It's good.
Mrs. Carlson.
Thank you, President Decker and Commissioners. I just want to report to the public that the final audit of the 2020 audit for the City of Dickinson is on our website, along with the 2019, has been updated. So if you need to find the audit and want to go through it, it is available for that. The packets that was sent to the commissioners, Commissioner Oderman and Soblik, we do have your books here for you. We do have books on that, but other than that, they are online. What I wanted to report was the report on internal control over compliance. That is the most important part of an audit. It's the management of City of Dickinson is responsible for establishing and maintaining effective internal control over compliance. There are 3 categories that where you can be fined or written up on a finding for compliance. The first or worst is a deficiency in internal control over compliance exists when the design or operation of a control over compliance does not allow management or employees in the normal course of performing their assigned functions to prevent or detect and correct non-compliance with a type of compliance requirement. A material weakness in internal control is a deficiency or combination of deficiency in internal control over compliance, such there is a reasonable possibility that material compliance, non-compliance with a type of compliance requirement for federal government will not be prevented or detected or corrected on a timely basis. A significant deficiency in internal control is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control over compliance with a type of compliance requirement of a federal program that is less severe than a material weakness in internal control over compliance, yet important enough to merit attention by those charged with governance. With that explanation, I go to the schedule of findings and question costs. This is on our regular audit performance and our federal audit performance. We had 2 findings of significant deficiency, so they are to merit the governance with that there is some internal controls. And the first one is a financial statement preparation. It shows that according to elements of internal control and organizations, internal control should include the capability of preparing financial statements in accordance with the U.S. GAAP. This is a very common for organizations our size and structure of the City of Dickinson, and they recommend that management carefully review the city's financial statements and note disclosures, as well as all supplement information, and be able to understand the purpose and source of all material financial statement amounts and disclosures. My recommendation is the staff size and cost prohibit the city to take on the preparation of a financial statement and notes. The city staff will continue to provide supplement information for the completion of the audit, and the city does recognize and accept the degree of risk associated with having our auditors prepare the financial notes and statements. So that was our first finding, again, a significant deficiency. The second finding was general fixed asset fund reconciliation. The city has a general fixed asset fund which is used to track the property and equipment for various government funds. This fund balance was not currently fully reconciled to the net government fund property and equipment balances. That was to ensure that we have all the transactions. The fund is not fully reconciled. There is a risk that transactions which need to be presented in the financial statements could be misstated. The city will develop a quarterly review of the general fixed asset fund and reconcile the balance as we do all other government funds, is our responsible idea of how we're going to do this. Those were on the major audit. On our major federal and award findings, we had no findings noted. So with that, we had a very good audit, and it went smoothly, and it went on time. Before the December 31st, we were completed. I'll stand for any questions on the audit if you have any.
Thank you, Mrs. Carlson. Any questions for Mrs. Carlson on the audit? Hearing no questions, we'll proceed. Our next item up is the prosecution contract presentation. That'll be handled by City Attorney Wanko.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners. It's been a few years since we have given this presentation, and I felt as we have two new commissioners and probably time to get up to speed. You know, Chief Dossinger has done a great job with keeping us informed with what's going on in the police department. This is just a deeper dive into what we're seeing in municipal court. Again, it's not something that we talk about a whole lot. So to give you some background, right now, currently, we've opened and prosecuted 657 cases with 77 active cases and going into the third quarter of 2021. The most common types of criminal offenses that we're prosecuting are driving under suspension cases, DUIs, alcohol-related driving incidences. In the city of Dickinson, we prosecute, I would say, probably 90% of the DUIs. Disorderly conduct at 62, possession of marijuana 52, possession of marijuana paraphernalia at 32, and of course criminal trespass rounding it out at 32. We did see a change in the law with the possession of marijuana charges. Those have been reduced to infractions, but we're still seeing a large number of those types of cases. To give you some context, over the last 3 years, the 2019, 20, and 21, you can see that we've remained relatively consistent. Our cases are ebbing and flowing and seeing, again, a lot of consistency with past years. As far as the fines and fees are concerned, you'll notice on the very tall green line there, in March of 2021, the city did see a significant increase in the amount of fees collected. That was the highest number the city has ever collected in a 10-year period, and that was primarily based on the city receiving, or individuals receiving stimulus payments from the government and coming in and paying off their fines and fees. The city clerk's office went ahead and put together some additional information for us, and I apologize, it's a little small to read, but in 2019, nearly every value is higher in their citation category and fines and fees collected, and this was due to pre-pandemic or normal conditions. In August of 19, the city did experience a little bit of a change in the law that civil assault domestic violence cases are required to be prosecuted in district court now, not in municipal court. We did not see a reduction in the cases that we prosecuted because of this, which was very interesting to see. Then also in 2020, in March, April, and May, obviously, court was canceled due to the initial onset of COVID. Dickinson Municipal Court was actually the first municipal court in this state to resume operations. And we did see in April in 2020, the fines and fees collected and traffic citations were sharply declining due to financial insecurity, and of course, people were in quarantine. And the criminal citations did not decline. In fact, the year-end totals are higher in 2000 than they were in 2014 during the boom. Year-to-date criminal citations in May of 2019 versus May of 2020, you were looking at 391 versus 485. And then finally, again, as I noted in that green area on that previous slide, we've seen a significant uptick in the amount of fines and fees collected, again, related probably and most likely to the government stimulus payments that were received by individuals. This slide just gives you some sort of visual context of the types of cases that we are prosecuting, again, related to the numbers I previously provided to you. Again, DUIs, DUSs are the majority of the ones that we are seeing being prosecuted in the city. In addition to the criminal cases that we also prosecute, we also find ourselves dealing with various animal complaints. These range from nuisance complaints to dangerous animal complaints, which have us citing individuals with misdemeanors. I do have to give a shout out to the Dickinson Animal Shelter And Dana Becker and her team, when we have these types of complaints, we often have to work very hand in hand with their office to house these animals as the criminal case moves forward. And those ladies do an absolute wonderful job for us. Code violations, we have seen a lot more of these. If you can look there, the first one, we did 2 in 2019, and Mr. Blaine Ducard, I believe, was hired in 2020, and that's why you see the uptick to 20 over there. He keeps us busy with all of the things that we are doing for the building department with properties that are in disarray, things that we need to get the court involved because property owners are not taking the city's notifications seriously, and of course traffic tickets are always a major portion of what we do. City contract, city prosecution contract is very heavily staff intensive. It's very time intensive. We spend any given day, we are in court in some capacity. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays are very heavily court days in district court. We've got bond hearings, we've got status conferences, trials scheduled, and it's a kind of a, you wake up in the morning and you don't know what's going to be on your plate that day with, bond hearings and the types of defendants and cases that are going to come across your desk. In addition to that, we also have situations where we've got to deal with motion hearings throughout the week. So it's not unusual to get a call from an officer late at night who needs a warrant, and we've got to deal with that and get out of bed and get to the office to take care of it. So in 2019, as I mentioned, the law changed that requires domestic violence cases to be prosecuted in district court. As in conjunction with the state's attorney's office and the Dickinson Police Department and my office, it was agreed that my office would continue to prosecute those types of cases. So I was appointed as a special assistant state's attorney to continue to prosecute those cases in district court. And this has increased the amount of time that we spend prosecuting cases. And of course, we've seen an increase in number of these cases as we've dealt with the pandemic. This is a picture of my team, which is going to be super happy that I put that on there. But just in summary, and I'll be quick because I know we're behind, this contract relies heavily on the cooperation of the Dickinson Police Department and the city clerk's office. And it would be remiss of me if I didn't say a little thing about both organizations. We've held this contract for going on 8 or 9 years now. And over that time, I have read thousands of police reports and I have watched thousands of hours of video. And I feel like over that time, I've got a deeper understanding of just what it's like to be a police officer. And I'll never fully understand that myself because I'll never wear a uniform. But my perception over the last 8 or 9 years is that our officers deal with individuals often on their worst days and in the worst circumstances, whether those are victims or whether they're defendants themselves. And they're tasked with doing that with the utmost level of professionalism, regardless of the circumstances. And what I have seen over the last 8 years, I couldn't be more proud of our officers in the department. It is a tough job, and we're finding it's hard to find people that do it and want to do it. And I just consider their team an extension of my team. And I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't be more proud of them. They're a great group to work with, and when we work with them, we also have to work with the city clerk's office, and those ladies have an uncanny ability to bring humor and compassion and kindness to the public that they deal with on a daily basis, and they do a fantastic job as well. And I feel like we've done well with this contract over the last 8 years because we work very well together. It requires communication and cooperation and a lot of elements of respect and trust. And we're looking forward to 2022. It's never a dull moment with this contract, and we couldn't do what we do without the cooperation of those other 2 agencies. And I would stand for any questions that anybody has.
Thank you, Mrs. Winkle. Any questions for Mrs. Winkle?
Sure.
Yes.
I would just like to thank Attorney Wanko and her legal team on the excellent working relationships that we have and the professional approach that they provide to the city of Dickinson and also for the clerk's office. It's a team approach, and as a police chief, I hear it all the time on the excellent response and work that from the prosecution side. And I want to commend her firm on that. It's greatly appreciated.
Yes, thank you so much. I only hear good comments also, so we do appreciate all your hard work. Any other comments or questions, commissioners? Okay, we'll move on. We do not have anything in public safety this evening. We will move into engineering. First item up is the 4th Avenue East bid consideration.
You give me just a second here. Oh, Mr. Winningham's bringing over the pointer.
The pointer.
4th Avenue East bid consideration. Included in your packets is the low bid tabulation, a bid comparison, and the preliminary bid abstract. On the screen is a map of the location for this project. I'll jump back and just give a description for those listening. This is 4th Avenue East, which is situated between 21st Street East and 26th Street East. East of Walmart. It gives you a general idea. Back to this packet, we had a bid opening for this project on November 19th. Northern Improvement Company was the only bidder with a bid of $1,226,367.80. This was approximately 40% higher than the engineer's estimate of $875,409.45. The difference in between those two amounts was accounted for by 3 items, 64% of that difference. And those 3 items were mobilization, base course, and the pavement. Federal funding for this project is capped at $800,000. So if our decision is to move forward with this project, the city would need to pay the remaining $426,367.80 instead of what is normally a 20-80 split. Staff at this juncture is recommending that we reject the bid in accordance with section 103.01 of the standard specifications, and that we revisit other options before we move forward with this project. Do you have any questions for me on this item?
Any questions, commissioners? You need a motion to reject the bid, right?
Correct.
And the federal funding would still be there regardless of the rebid.
Yes,
later.
staff's intent is just to revisit and see if there's other ways that we could put this forward. Maybe it's just rebidding in the spring.
Okay.
Maybe we look at concrete pavement. We have some ideas on how we can maybe look at this a little different. We'd still have that funding available.
And the road isn't in the shape right now that it's an immediate need.
This was just part of our urban roads
Okay.
projects. So we have a need there, but I think we can, safely reject this bid.
I mean, is part of the reason it's such a small piece?
That might be it, and so we are also looking
an
at.
$800,000 road project is pretty small. And
Correct. And, the one bidder, maybe we have some opportunities to lump this with another project. Maybe there's some other things that we can do that makes this more appealing for others to bid on.
Was this our only urban roads project for next year?
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners?
I'd make a motion to deny the bid.
We have a motion by Commissioner Frederick to deny the bid.
Second.
Second.
Where did that come from?
Well, I try to pause to give them a
Okay.
chance.
You got 4 votes.
Okay. So I have a second by Commissioner Wallace. So Any further discussion? Again, this is a motion to deny the bid. Hearing no more discussion or questions, we'll go ahead and vote. Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mrs. Soboluk?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next item up in engineering is our East Broadway Dam project alternatives. Interim City Engineer Marshik.
President Becker, Commissioners, included in your packet was a memorandum discussing alternatives for modifying the existing East Broadway Dam. There are 3 alternatives being presented, which will address the deficient conditions of the deteriorating dam and mitigate the dangerous hydraulic roller beneath the existing structure. Each alternative does improve public safety, and what staff is looking for is a decision on which alternative you would like us to pursue as we move forward to develop a 30% design level set of plans. I'll move on here. Our initial purpose was to address the deteriorating dam and take into consideration that hydraulic roller beneath the dam, which is of safety concern. This map shows approximate location and some areas where if we remove the dam, there would be impacts with elevation upstream of the dam. So with option 1, there's some changes, especially during low flow events, that could impact those areas upstream that we currently are using for kayaking and other uses. And there could be issues with how it impacts those properties along the riverbanks. This lists some pros and cons of option 1. So some pros is that it eliminates that hydraulic roller and there's safety benefits. It's the lowest cost option that eliminates future maintenance, maximizes potential funding sources. Removing that dam generates a lot more grant opportunities for us. It reduces upstream flooding, as shown on the previous figure, removes river barrier and promotes fish and aquatic species passage, and there's water management that is minimal during this process of construction. The cons is that it eliminates the upstream pool. It could cause temporary instability of the upstream shoreline due to lowered water level, potential for scour impacts to upstream bridges due to lower water elevations. Although not currently identified, there may be other upstream features that could be impacted by the lower pool level, such as utilities and wells. And there's a temporary increase in sediment transport from upstream of dam. Our option 2 is a rock arch riffles. There's a picture of it, what it potentially could look like here. Again, we'll have pros and cons. Again, this one, the pro is that it eliminates that hydraulic roller. It generally maintains the existing upstream pool, provides aesthetic feature that may draw public to the site, which I know is something we'd talked about with this project and the existing park upstream. Maintains minimal maintenance. Depending on the design, it can potentially provide upstream fish and aquatic species passage, and it's a lower cost than the concrete spillway, which is our option 3. The cons is that the rock mass will be visible in low flow conditions, which is common at this site. It may drop upstream pool by several inches during low flow events. It requires water management during construction to properly install rock. Expected higher cost than the dam removal option. It may not be eligible for as many funding sources as the dam removal, and it will likely require a permanent easement from the landowner on the east side of the riverbank. Option 3 is a stepped concrete spillway. A picture here of that. Pros, again, is that the elimination of the hydraulic roller, maintaining the upstream pool, and it provides an aesthetic feature that can draw public to the site with an ability to color and form lined concrete. It maximizes the upstream pool elevation during low flows, and it maintains flow on the surface during low flows. The cons for this one is it's the expected highest cost option. It requires ongoing future concrete repair maintenance. It requires water management during construction to properly construct. It may not be eligible for as many funding sources as dam removal. It would likely require a permanent easement from that adjacent landowner on the east bank, and it is an aquatic barrier that will not allow fish passage. We also have some alternatives, which is regarding the adjacent slopes, if the dam removal is the option, or regrading those slopes, adding large boulders to fish from, and docks or overlooks are options that we can add to those alternatives, or to those options, whether we remove the dam, put the riffles in, or the step, concrete step. So here is the bottom dollar estimates. Again, the dam removal is the lowest cost option at $976,000. Alternative 2 would be roughly $2,727,000. And alternative 3, the stepped concrete spillway, is estimated at $3,707,000. Again, there's additional cost share possibilities, and those are through the Department of Natural Water Resources, the North Dakota Outdoor Heritage Fund, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. So to back up again, staff is showing 3 alternatives that we have to move forward on this project, and we would like to get some input on what the commission feels like they want to move forward with, what option, or if there's other information that you would like us to provide in regards to this project, we sure could come back and do that, but we would like to get your input. Do you have any questions for me on this item?
I just have a comment. I know the dam removal is the cheapest option, but you remove that dam and we no longer have a river. We have a stream. We have a trickle that will, there is essentially no water that comes over the spillway or comes over the east, what we affectionately, as we call it, Man's Dam, all the way to the west, right below the golf course. There's very little water that ever comes that route, and there's very little flow in that river besides runoff in the spring or a heavy rain event. So I know it might be attractive to look at the cheapest, the dam removal, but we will not have a river in the city of Dickinson. We will have a stream, probably 2 feet wide and a foot deep if we take that dam out.
Mr. President,
Mr. Oderman.
I have those same concerns, but I also have I like additional information in regards to the downstream impacts. You know, when we do this, if we do this, obviously it seems like something needs to be done, but I think we need some additional information before we can move forward on any of the 3 options, just because I guess I kind of want to see how this is going to impact not only downstream within the city, but you know, also how is it going to impact landowners outside the city, and you know, that's something that we're probably not going to be able to predict with 100% certainty, but it'd be nice to see some data on the potential impacts there.
Thank you, Commissioner Oderman. We sure can look at that, and, you know, if we're able to get that together, we could bring it back at the next meeting here.
I mean, the nicest look, I think,
Thank you.
the rock arch and riffles. And
Yeah, and I wonder if that's navigable by kayak. It's almost like
Yes, it would be.
So you could almost be like a rapids type. Not that we have a lot of flow, but I'm just saying it by chance. There's, you know, instead of people taking their chances and trying to make it underneath the underpass during a heavy rain event, maybe they could use this instead. You know, so with their kayaks, I'm just saying there's options then.
I mean,
That is part of the intent with that option, and it also allows aquatic species to pass through, which opens up other funding options for us.
I think the only thing that migrates in this end of the state is possibly walleyes and bullheads. So I don't know if there's no salmon or trout in that river that I know of. But I do think having the option that we have talked at one point, and I know I had mentioned it to Mr. Zuroff, where we put water in right now, if there's a potential with the project out at Patterson, if we would dump in the Hart River on the west side of Patterson, which would take that 1 million gallons or so of water a day that we put into the Hart River now, but we're putting it in downstream, pretty much adjacent to the water treatment facility right now. We're putting water in there, instead putting it in on the west side of Patterson, creating some kind of flow. That's something that eventually would come over the dam and then create a flow in the river a little bit more upstream. So that I think we maybe even could do that as a combination project when we start talking to Water Resources and the Heritage Fund and U.S. Wild Services, if that could be a possibility. And then, you know, working with Mr. Winningham and the project out at Patterson, maybe this is one big group effort. But I agree with Commissioner Frederick, and I think the other commissioners, we like the ripple. And I think adding some rocks for fishing points or even some docks along the way, it would draw people to that area.
Another item that staff had talked about just in our discussions with the consultant was maybe if the possibility is there that we could move that upstream so it would be in closer location to our existing park.
Oh, okay.
And so it would make it more more accessible. Right now the location is right beneath our, it's just a really steep, there really isn't a good access point there. And on the other side is private property. I know there's lots of trails up to it, but if we could move it upstream, it probably would function much better.
Yeah,
so
that
it's
could always be
something
a
we're looking at.
possibility too.
Sure.
If that's the direction that we want to go.
I mean, I think those options are good options to present to us.
So if you let me know if I have the direction correct, but I can bring back more information on the downstream, and then we could revisit this at the next meeting. And if you want to give us a clearer direction, we can address it then. If you want to give me a clear direction at this meeting and I can still bring that information back, that works also.
In my personal opinion, I think the rock arch riffles is what we should look at, just for the aesthetics and the opportunities too when it comes to outdoor rec. If you can maneuver through it with kayaks, or even if they introduce, maybe we can talk Game and Fish to put some trout into the river.
Mr. President?
Mr. Oderman.
Of the options presented, I would agree that was the one that I thought was probably the best. But I also want to just speak to your points about Patterson and things like that. I really like where your head's at there. I think that there is a real opportunity here for, we just seem to be in a really good place in terms of a lot of different projects coming into alignment, where we could really move Dickinson from a recreation standpoint along our waterway here in a really great positive direction. So I really like what you said there. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think the riffles and then some of that downstream impacts and like I said, you know, maybe coordinating with Mr. Zuroff and seeing, and Mr. Winningham with these projects, putting them all together and if we can get this all done at once.
Sounds like a good plan. I will come back at the next meeting with some downstream impact information.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, I mean, right on here, there's a consideration to approval. You just want us to table it and move it?
I just wanted to get some feedback from you so we could move ahead and I
So
can...
you don't need anything approved this evening?
That is correct. We just wanted a clear decision from the commission on what option you would like to move forward with.
Okay. And we have 3 reports from you, starting with the first one, extending 15th.
That is correct, President Decker, commissioners. There's been some discussion and comments about extending 15th Street from State Avenue to 30th Avenue West. And so the developers and some past discussion has spurred this talk. North Dickinson Master Plan was developed in October of 2019, and I'm not sure if any of you remember seeing this, but a plan was put together and intended to help guide our future development. And that development is anticipated to drive these projects moving forward. So here was a schematic of that master plan. It's a little difficult to see on this map, but you can make out the connection of 15th going east and west, and it makes this curve in there. And part of that is to work around some topography. And
it cuts through a saddle up there between the 2 buttes, right?
That is correct. And when this master plan was put together, they looked at things like the topography and how future utilities and connections would work as this area developed. And I sure could bring that master plan or share that master plan with any of you. If you would like to see that, I can bring that forward.
I think if you shoot us an email with these on it so we can use that. And I think there was an additional...
There's a draft document.
Yep.
Here's a future land use master plan that was included in with that. And it gives some background as to why things were chosen and how it works with sewer and different things. And so it's a really good informational document that would help you if you have questions from the public about this area and about that extension. There's some different players with this. As it moves forward, we would have to work with the extension service. NDSU owns some property here, and so there's some partnerships that would have to go on as this moves forward. But that's the background with the extension. And then this is the slide for my next report item, which is digital entrance signs. But if you
I see 6. So we have the one on the east. Are we maintaining the same locations for like the one on the east and on the west where Frankie's is?
Well, I'm bringing this forward to you because I know we've had some discussions on the digital entrance signs, and I am not in a good place with information as far as what you're looking for. So I know there has been some discussion about 6 signs, but I want to make sure that I am understanding that we're in agreement on those locations. I'd like your input on what your vision is for these signs so that we can go out for an RFP.
Yeah, I thought there was originally 4. I mean, commissioners...
Well, I'm wondering if they're thinking Highway 10, the interstate, and then 22.
Yeah, I was thinking there was 4 because you have the one on the east and the west, one on the south side, and then you have the T-Rex Mall sign. So, I mean, that's the 4 I was thinking.
So I had 4, and then at some point there was discussion about further north, and maybe that was just discussion, but that's why I wanted to bring this forward so that we could have some discussion to make sure that we're on the same page before we put together a draft RFP. Are we looking at 4? Is that what I'm hearing? Or was there 6?
Yeah, I'm thinking 4.
4?
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to mention, when we put it into the draft of our sales tax forecasting, we had set aside 60,000 and 60,000 in 2-year fiscals, and it was for 6 signs. And it was north, south, east, and west, the T-Rex Mall one, and then it started with the CVB one, with
Oh,
the
yeah.
museum.
Okay.
That's how it actually
That's how it
started.
got
Okay.
6, yeah. Okay.
And so that was the 6, but we didn't, there was no direction on what you wanted to do up north or south yet at that time. But east and west was definitely in it, plus the T-Rex and the CVB.
I don't know if, up way up north, where that location would be, but I guess that'd be something to entertain, if that's maybe at that intersection where,
RDO.
yeah, RDO, or is that too far out, or is that? Yeah.
That's past the city limits. isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the city limits right now basically extend to where Northern Improvement is,
Right.
up there, so.
I mean, you could,
So you have
somewhere where the hub is or somewhere in there,
Right.
right where 30th is would probably be a good spot.
Yeah, and we can entertain 6 too. I guess the biggest thing is finding out a cost of what they're gonna cost us, and then especially the one at T-Rex, because if you make that a substantial size, are they gonna be all, I mean, commissioners, do you want them all to look the same, or do we have to make, do they need to be
I
unique?
feel like you saw my slide presentation, because these are my questions here.
I mean, if-
Here's some examples of different types of signs. They're pretty basic, some get pretty substantial. Do you have a size in mind? Does it vary by location? Do you have a preference in materials? And then sign type. So in my research to learn about entrance signs, I found out that there's quite a variety of size and type. So do we want signs that give video and graphics, or do we want something that's really basic like we see on the interstate with the DOT signs? Those are probably the cheapest option.
President Decker,
Yes.
if you recall, when we eliminated the banners crossing 22,
Right.
there was, a lot of discussion on doing like a digital sign. I think that's
Right.
what you'd said at that point. And that was the place that we thought we could, instead of the banners coming, the monthly, we could put on that sign. And I think that was
You're talking at the T-Rex.
at the T-Rex,
Right.
yep. that-
And I do think that one needs to
Be the bigger digital sign.
yes, be the bigger
Yep.
digital, and work to replace those banners that now we don't have anymore, so they can flash. And I think there's opportunities too in some of these signs, for, I mean, maybe some revenue for people to advertise on them. I mean, besides our messages flashing on there, I mean, there's opportunity.
So one thing that I'm aware of, just from our chamber ambassador meeting, there was a big discussion on one of the Dickinson Facebook pages about our signage on the edges of town. So maybe that's a good point to, I mean, I think Carter has some of the feed. I'm not aware, I think it is that page that I'm not participating in, but.
I will ask Carter for some
I
information.
know he kind of had to jump in because they were attacking what the signs looked like by Frankie's, and who's in charge, and it makes Dickinson look bad, so, I mean, that, you're getting the public feedback on what they're looking for.
If you're gonna, I mean, I think the west one, we could even move out farther. I mean, if you're gonna do a monument sign.
Right.
I mean, what not,
Vote
take it off
for
the
something.
corner of Frank's and move it out
Right.
down the interchange somewhere further, like, there's a lot of, there's,
Possibly even Fairway, that Fairway,
yeah.
where Fairway meets up
Right
right
where
there.
Fairway
That's-
comes
That's
in.
kind of a
Interstate.
Dickinson entrance right there.
Right.
Coming in. You could put it on that corner of Fairway and the west business loop.
I mean, there you want probably a bigger one too, and then,
Right.
coming in now from the east, you could move that one out somewhere too. I mean, it works okay right on the end of Villard there because there's some room, but
And there was discussion on that east sign too, once that east business loop was developed, maybe there was an opportunity for a sign there, now that it's widened and developed.
We'd have to look what we have for right away there, and
will the DOT let us be in there right away with it?
Probably not. They typically don't like anything in their right-of-way, but maybe in this instance, it would be something that we could work with them on. Can sure reach out and find out if that's something that we could do.
Keep it behind that fence,
Right?
the chain fence.
Have to put it up higher.
Yeah.
And then the CVB sign, I think, a appropriate replacement for whatever they have of the same size.
What did we budget?
Not enough.
For how many years?
Not enough.
120,000.
I mean, a full color LED, a full color LED sign, one big one will probably be close to 60,000.
Right, and the reason we started with that amount was when the presentation from Terry from CVB, her quote was, for hers, was around 17,000, and we just.
Yeah, that's a sign at the CVB. But
Yep.
that wasn't the digital sign.
And then, so we just added that until we figured out what we were gonna do, but it's encumbered, so it stays there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you do 4 full color LED monuments, build a monument, put it in, I mean, power to it, it's gonna cost more than 60,000. Or 120,000 even.
Well, I think if you bring back some estimates for us and some options, I would go back, if you go back in your slide, to the, I mean, some of the entrances I think that would look good is like that middle one you have. But like the T-Rex one, you almost need something like that one right in the center in the bottom.
It's higher up.
Yeah.
Something
higher up like
more
that,
substantial.
big, you know, something that is going to grab people's attention right there. I mean, you're going to have to stick the metal dinosaur somewhere on it, but
On top of the sign?
on top of it or wherever, but
Yeah, I mean, that middle one with the stone and everything, I mean, that's probably a $100,000 sign.
oh, all of that. So I guess some of those options would,
I mean, I'd reach out to the local sign companies probably.
see what their options
see
are.
what the
And see what
options
kind of
are.
options they have, and maybe
This
they can
is-
even present something to us.
Right.
And that might be helpful because signage is out of my wheelhouse, so I'm trying to get some input, so at least I know some direction on
Right.
how to go about getting the information. So that's helpful.
I think they would be helpful. I think we have 2 or 3 sign companies in town, and they could give us some different options. Then I'm sure there's limitations now on supplies too, so, but we're probably looking at, I would say the immediate need is probably those 2 signs on the east and west side, those 2 little tiny things, the wooden ones that are buried that half the time nobody knows they exist. Taking those and moving those, and those are probably, maybe we phase this, and we do those and take care of the CVB sign and those 3 immediately, and then work on the other 3 later, so. But it would be nice to have a big sign, you know, like Gary said, those banners are gone now, so we could throw up and there could be a multitude, you know, in the past, you put the banner up, it's there for a month or 2. Now you have opportunity, you have multiple different resources.
Well, I will reach out
Okay.
with some of this information and see what I can get them to come back with, and I will share that as soon as I have that information.
Okay, and the next item is undeveloped roads.
So this has come up quite a bit in the last few months, discussions about roadways that are platted and undeveloped, and so staff looked into that a little more, and we've had some discussions about these undeveloped roads in our community. So we have roughly 14 miles of platted but undeveloped roadway, and just looking at a pretty standard amount for a foot of urban roadway, and calculating that out, it gives us about $60 million that it would take to develop all these roadways into an urban section road.
And those aren't just collectors, and,
Most of them are local.
well, that's what I'm saying, I mean,
Yep, most of them are local. And so in having those discussions, staff has talked about maybe there's some different ways that we look at these moving forward. Right now, we're asking developers to fund everything up front. And so, you know, maybe there's some other ways that you'd like us to look at this, and maybe we come up with some different policy. Some of the items that we tossed around is that, you know, the developer would cover utilities for water and sewer, but maybe stormwater follows the roadway funding. And, you know, local roads would still be developers' share, but maybe collectors are a 50-50. And arterials are something that the city would pay for. You know, maybe that's a way we could go about it. City on water and sewer would still pay for upsizing on those trunk lines if that's needed. That's something we currently do. Here again, you know, majority of these are local. They're development driven that maybe failed. You know, the plat got completed and the need wasn't there, so they didn't move forward. And they're platted areas in our community that never developed. And now maybe those properties are owned by multiple entities. It's not just the one developer anymore. And that's what prompted some of these discussions. So one of the options that we talked about, in addition to splitting them up, was special assessments. So maybe developers' costs are assessed and then passed on to future buyers if it's a new development area. Collectors could be assessed to spread costs. For example, 5th Street Southeast, which we've talked about recently, is something that we could maybe assess 50% to properties within a half a mile on each side. You know, that would be a way of looking at funding. Not saying that this is the way to go or what we're supporting, but just trying to look at some different options and get creative and think out of the box a little bit on how to handle these. So up to 50% of the local roadways could go assessed back to the property owner, and instead of all being on the developer, or, you know, we can look at different options there too. Our current process is that the developer funds those costs, and maybe those are reflected in their lot prices, but that's not something that we know, it's just something that we assume. And collectors are development funded during that development process. Other roadways are sometimes put as our CIP projects on an as-need basis. And, you know, we have been starting to special assess some of those projects, but those also have grant options with those. So that is my presentation to give you a little bit of more information on those undeveloped roads. I don't know if you have questions for me on that item.
Did we put together how many unfinished collectors there are? That should be, I mean, that would, where it's between a road and a road that's not finished.
I could sure find that number out for you.
I mean, like, we've talked about the one down by River Drive. I mean,
right.
When they came in, you know, that little, whatever, 200 feet of road that never got finished there. You know, how many of those are there out there?
Yeah, like the one in front of the safety training group in the El Toro storage unit, and then it has a little T on it that actually is just grass right now, but
okay.
It connects over to
Yeah,
a subdivision in behind it there.
I mean,
that's just a very small.
We've talked about over, you know, by Dickinson Ready Mix, some of that stuff.
Right.
That's what I'd like to see, and then how we can figure out how to get those finished.
And if any, I mean, there's a whole infrastructure bill out there right now. Does any of this qualify for federal funds? I mean, I know it's probably a reach, but a lot of this stuff is supposed to be trickled down to the municipalities and not just the state. So I think there's got to be something out there, but we'll see.
Well, I will come up with that distance. I can sure send that out in an email, and then we can mention again at the next meeting, but that way you would have that
Okay.
that mileage right away. And then the public would be able to hear about it at the next meeting.
All right. Anything else, commissioners, for Mrs. Marshak?
Thank you.
All right. Our next item up is Public Works, and we have a KLJ task order for City Town Square parking lot.
Yes, thank you, President Decker and Commission. Good evening, and it's about my good night, so I'll be quick. This task order will allow KLJ to begin survey for the development of the city parking lot just west of the new City Hall. Once surveyed, which is kind of why we wanted to get this on the agenda, to get it surveyed right now, the planning and the decided complete scope of the project, along with the bidding and construction administration services, will be added as an amendment and incorporated into this task order. City staff recommends approval. If you have any questions, we'd like to get this going to look at it now that the town square is moving forward. So this will give us the opportunity to survey it, and then we can do some more planning and prepare in the complete scope of how we want this project to look. So again, city staff recommends approval, and I'll answer any questions I can.
Thank you, Mr. Zuroff. Any questions for Mr. Zuroff on this KLJ task order?
Do we have any idea what kind of costs we're gonna have in the upgrades? I mean, what's planned? I mean,
Well, a couple years ago, I think we had some estimate costs, but, you know, if we include the whole development of lighting, you know, landscaping, I'm not sure, you know, what it'll all include. We're looking at some additional lighting for employees, better lighting in the parking lot. Also, do we look at different places where food trucks can plug in if they're a town square project? You know, those kind of things I don't know yet, and I didn't want to rush into it. You know, how's that going to look with the town square? If we have something going on there, do we want something more for other activities other than just parking? How much green space?
I think, I mean, town square's got provisions for
What do we provide?
electrical for food trucks along the.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do we provide for now on First on First? We don't provide anything for the electrical.
I think they bring in
They bring their generators, right? Yeah.
They also
And-
plug into the adjacent building.
Yeah, and they do plug into adjacent buildings. That's right.
Our city, our new city hall building.
Well,
Yeah, Mr. President, I'll just add, the intent is to scope out what is going to be a parking lot. And I don't really want to take it too much farther than that. I just want a parking lot that we can park in and walk to the city hall. I know that Gary has had a number of questions here, and I haven't had a lot of guidance for him. I just wanted to get started because we really don't have, even though we looked for former plans, we really don't have a plan that scopes out one parking lot that would encompass our land and the American Bank Center's parking lot. We wanted to do one scope and then see where we're at, and that's why it's a limited number for this task order. And then I think we'll have a better start point.
And also with the alley, you know, we don't know, is there going to be a drive-through alley? Just questions like that, we're not set up yet. So this will get us started. We can do a topo and then move forward and bring it to commission.
Commissioner Erdelman looked like he was going to ask a
Sorry,
question.
you were looking
but
right through me.
He froze right as he was, so.
Whoever hit pause.
This is just on my mind. How is this going to affect available parking for patrons in the area? Now that we're moving over there, you have that one parking lot left, and you have American Bank Center there. Like, are we going to limit how much parking city employees have?
I think the city parking lot will be much like this one back here. I mean, we don't regulate who parks back here, do we?
Yeah, we do.
Do we? No.
Yeah, over there.
I've never seen a police.
I don't know how many patrons park in there. I think it's all American Bank Center employees.
Yeah.
The one that's
Rivera.
by the old Elks building?
Rivera.
Is that what we're talking about, or
Yeah.
are we talking about?
By the old Elks building.
Yeah.
We're scoping.
I used to go to the gym.
We're scoping
If there's
both
no
parking
parking
lots.
on the street, I'll park in there. But yeah, it was a lot of American, but you have those other businesses in the old Elks building that park, and they have customers that come in.
Well,
We're gonna be moving in that location.
Bravera owns that parking lot.
Yeah, Bravera, yeah, we'll use the proper term. Bravera is asking that they retain 65 parking spaces. It's close now, but that the rescope would look at maybe adding an additional parking for them and then one-way it into the parking lot, exiting out towards the radio station. That would provide probably another
But don't
6
we
or
have
7.
a public parking lot?
So it'll be a public parking lot, but
Parking,
very,
yeah.
very few people will park back there to walk into City Hall. So internally, our policy will make sure that no city employee can park next to the building. Keep them, but that's not going to limit some of the public from parking wherever they want to. Some business owners have complained about who parks there in front of that building and then walks to their, they want space. We are still considering looking at one-waying that first, but it's sequential. We can't do that until we get a few more things in place. But parking is a, I'd say it's a problem. Parking there is very limited because of the way it had to be structured. There's only 5 in front of the building as it stands now, and 2 to 3 of those will be designated for ADA, and then we'll just have to have all those considerations. That is still going forward as we finish up what's now the new City Hall.
I mean, Plan B was that was going to be town square, so there
Right.
would have been no parking.
I've just been getting questions on who's parking where, and
Well, that will open up, additionally, just west of the alley now, we did put in some millings and temporary stripe it for the winter. So I think that opened up a lot of new parking areas that nobody was parking. So this new parking lot, I think, will actually, it'll add quite a bit of designated parking areas, I think, once it's
Laid out
developed.
very good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think there are some lights there now.
We did add some lights coming off the alleyway, temporary lights, until we determine the final look of the parking lot.
In the study that I read in some of our files, it was 280 additional parking spaces that are in and around the downtown area that are underutilized. So it's really a walking problem, not a parking problem. So you've got to convince those that even in inclement weather that we create the path to get to the buildings. Much like a Walmart parking lot, you don't really notice that you've parked 700 feet away. And so we've got to work on that, and that's, Mr. Hadley and I have had a couple of conversations, and that'll be something we bring to the commission when we talk about some of the downtown revitalization. We don't talk about that right now, but it's still something that's been in the works for several years.
Okay, so need a motion.
Yep, to accept the task
Yep,
order.
on this KLJ task order.
Oh, move to approve, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Frederick.
I was already reading the
I'll
next thing.
second.
Second by Commissioner Walla.
I was trying to give Susie and John an opportunity.
So, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll vote. Mr. Frederick?
Aye.
Ms. Walla?
Aye.
Mrs. Sobeluk?
Aye.
Mr. Oderman?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you.
We have a report, City Hall update. And this will be our operations manager, Clem. Welcome.
Good afternoon, or good evening, I should say, Mr. President, Commission. Just put a PowerPoint real quick together, kind of just to give everybody, the team, an update of where we're at and kind of what looks. A lot of individuals that went over there and looked, and depending on what day you go there, it's a pretty fine mess, but it is coming together. What you'll see here, one of the things we do in project controls, you want to control your estimates, your original estimates. So here is our spreadsheet that's put together. You'll get, when you look at it, total project budget, we got our original amount, change order amount, total contract, where we're at spent, and our balance. Then if you look over here to the right of the screen, you'll look at miscellaneous, which is a pretty high number. That miscellaneous basically is a lot of IT material and gear that was bought for new City Hall. Then you'll look at GT's budget, what they estimated and currently where they're at spent, what's left. And then as you go over further to the right, the three principals, we got Roars, Central, and Burger. The original started off at $833,000. They've accumulated change orders is $57,109, which is taking their current bid up to $190,000. Currently, where they're spent, they're $651, with the remaining of $236,000. That's some change. Same thing with Central. Original budget $137,600. They've had $23,537 in change orders, which took their adjusted contract amount to $161,137.52. I'm sorry, 25. They have spent as of, and this was as of last week when it was put together, $99,697.92, remaining $61,440.33. Then over at Burger Electric, original amount was $197,074 or 079, sorry. They've had just a little under $30,000 in change orders, taking their new contract total up to $227,091. They have spent as of last week $113,546 of that. Remaining spent pretty much $113,462. Also, what we have here on the next slide, as we have these change orders, they're designated per entity, Roars, Central, and Burger. G1, Burger, Roars being the general, so that's how we indicate the change order G1 through 6. Each one of these have their individual amounts totaling up on the bottom. The same for Central. Since they're Central Mechanical, we went with M1 through 4. And with Burger Electric, E1 through 5, and pretty much kind of gives them a total of where we're at. What I got here, where you see one of the big things as we got into this building, obviously it was extremely old, so when you start having floor move and walking on you, there was a lot of stuff that we had to tear up. Originally, and when you walked into American Bank, this was all tile. None of the tile was cracked or any of that stuff, but as that tile was ripped out, carpeting and all that stuff, the subfloor, as you can see on your left, there was it's only one picture of many that was just unacceptable. Holes, feet, you can see where they attempted at some time to replace some of it and fix it, but they only did little pieces. So what their fix was, I guess, back in the day, is some areas we had anywhere from a 1/2 inch to 4.5 inch gypcrete to fix up the leveling, because there was a lot of settlement that happened in this building. And as you can see, do I have a laser pointer on here? Oh, as you can see, these 2x10s that run through here, the 2x10s that run out towards the face of the street, they're pretty nice and good. But if you look at the top of my laser pointer here, that was all gypcrete. That was 4.5 inches of gyp to make up the settlement issues and level the floor. And the 2x10 here, you can see how it runs downhill. So at some point in time, there's a lot of settlement in these buildings, which caused a lot of issues. So as they ripped it all out and all that good stuff, this is where we got to. This particular change order was a little under $124,000. So, some good stuff going in. We got a lot of the security glass up. Fargo Glass will be here tomorrow to finish up some of there's some glasses that have missed a couple of spaces due to they were damaged in transport and stuff like that, so which is not going to be an impact to our costs. It's part of their original budget. Commission room, if I could have got it in a little bit later, you would have seen we've already got the podiums all up, and commission is all up and put in place. Carpet's all, oops, I went too far. Oh, there we go. As you can see, the carpet's all installed. This is looking from the back of the control room to the front, so this will be looking from the north to the south. And this carpet wraps all around. The right picture is a glass face that goes into commission. As of right now, we have the commission, the desk is in, the podium's in, the tables are in, wallpapering on the back will be in. Hopefully, probably Monday, Tuesday, the City of Dickinson sign will be transferred over. A lot of stuff's happening. As you can see, a little bit on the right side, the ceiling's in. I do encourage to go over and take a look at it when you get the opportunity. It's coming together very well. That's kind of really all I had to present. I could have put a lot more pictures, but I didn't want to be here forever. I can answer any questions that you may have, or
Just a question on the floor. Why did they take the gypcrete out? That's what I'm-
what was happening as they removed the tile, and over a period of time, it started cracking because they started causing settlements. It was so heavy in areas, and what they did from the new commission side, where where we did the first pound of gyp for the bookstore, from that point over to the far point to the west, there was over 4.5-inch difference. So the weight was not dispersed evenly. We had Chris Wentz with CW Mechanical come in and basically, not CW, CW Construction, sorry, come in and tell us how we had to disperse the weight. The weight that was on the floor was just not supporting it. And that's why we took it out, because it was cracked. There was uneven areas. As you came right through the main entrance, where the metal detector and coming right into the foyer, there was someone that put their foot right through the panel. It was just rotted. It was just not good. I do have some other pictures I can share afterwards, but we have pulled up more of that front base there, a little bit more issues. Hopefully we don't incur any more change, but it's, there's a lot of settling issues that happened in that building.
I mean, gyp's a pretty common fix for these old buildings.
No, I agree, but
Yeah.
not 4 inches.
I mean, I've seen it as thick as 6 inches.
Oh, no, under the stairway is still about 6.5 inches. That's going up to where HR is gonna house.
I've done houses, brand new houses, where
Yeah.
an inch and a half. You know.
Yeah. But, I mean, one area was 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, then it went up to 4, 6, 3. It was like, wow.
So
And it
it's
just started
so it's
settling.
cracking out.
It started cracking extremely bad and started opening up 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch gaps between the cracks. So there was no way that tile was going to get in there without cracking. It would be cracked within the first couple of months. So we had to pull the subfloor up, and it really opened up a can of worms.
Rivera wouldn't have had the problem, because I think just the amount of capacity of people to flow.
Yeah.
We're gonna, since we've single pointed that entrance, I think once they determined they were putting that turnstile in, or that single entrance, how much weight is gonna be
Yeah.
required over time. It's, it could have been worse. I think once we got into it, fixing it now probably saves us quite a bit of heartache.
Correct.
So this is not reflected in your spreadsheet? change
Yeah,
order?
yes, sir.
Well, all three of those together don't add up to 100-some thousand. Well, barely over. You said just this alone was 123,000.
No. Just this floor repair is 23,000.
Oh, I think
No.
they said 123.
Yeah, I want to correct you. I thought I heard that too, but.
No.
You did say that, but I was gonna see
No,
if we were gonna.
no, it was,
It wasn't that much, because
Then I was like, well, it's not in the spreadsheet like that, so.
Hang on.
No, we moved forward with this last changeover for the 23,000 for the front. I was
right there,
hoping it wasn't
23,000.
any more than that.
Yeah, 23,925.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd heard
Sorry,
123,
my bad.
so.
Sorry.
No problem.
No. And, with us opening up the main entrance, which they did this afternoon before I got over here, there was some issues, but hopefully with the 2x10s and running them across, moving forward, we should be okay. But Chris Wentz, he'll be able to tell us exactly what we can and can't do. That's all going to be carpeted, so we won't have the tile weight to disperse, so it should be good. We'll see what he has to say tomorrow.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Nope.
You should see the City of Dickinson sign up probably next week. It's here. Hopefully we'll have it on the outside of the building next week.
All
Weather
right.
permitting.
Sounds like a plan. Look forward to it.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Yep.
Our next item up is planning. We have a final plat acre subdivision discussion. Mr. Hadley.
And as Mr. Head is walking to the podium, I'm just going to make a couple of opening comments. I should have brought a little bit more discussion last meeting, as it was another late meeting, and what I intended to do is make sure we had a full conversation. And so we'd already voted on this and approved this as a final plat, but I wanted the discussion to be about what the developers and the request was for a non-access easement. And I don't think it was completely discussed for the commission's full view. And so that's why we're talking about it again. And that could complicate it if we had to rescind that vote and do some things, but I think it's better just to have the discussion and then go from that point. So, Mr. Hadley, since I've forced you to be here, please.
Mr. President, Commission, and Brian. Yes, we're here to rediscuss Resolution 33-2021. And basically, the issue is, if you can see on the slide, the yellow highlighted area was an existing Tamursky, I'm not sure if I'm butchering that name or not, but existing platted lot that was there prior to the acres subdivision. And the request was basically to put a non-access easement in that yellow area to restrict the access to that public road. Legal staff, engineering staff, planning staff all agree that that probably isn't the prudent thing to do without having concurrence from that property owner, because it is restricting their use of that lot. They probably didn't ask for that public road to be built directly adjacent to their property. There are some other alternatives that could have been done if that was the case, that would have separated that road from that property, whether it be a drainage parcel, a tract, or whatnot. A number of other ways to do that, but as of today, I haven't heard anything from that property owner as far as acknowledgement that they're on board with that. With that, basically just an introduction, and we'll go from there. I don't think I missed speaking, and I think the legal staff, engineering staff, and planning staff all concur with the memo that I included in your packet this time. But we'll obviously discuss it.
My question was, why weren't these concerns brought up at planning and zoning before it came to city commission? I mean, we had none of this discussion about this non-access line.
I'll let the applicant or the applicant's representative let you know. I believe we got it a few days.
We approved it at planning and zoning with the non-access line.
No, we approved it with the plat that was in the file. The other plat was provided to planning staff a few days, I think it was a few days, Loretta, prior to the planning meeting, so it was after the reviews were done. So that's...
Remember which meeting that was?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember which meeting that was? We had discussion at planning and zoning about this non-access line.
We did, because the plat came to staff after our packets and after the review went out. So yes, it had to happen at the planning meeting.
Commissioner Frederick, it came late enough that we were not able to include the current drawing in the packet for Planning and Zoning Commission. So I believe hard copies were handed out at the meeting. And part of that was that staff had asked for inclusion of a connection. So there were some conditions, and so they brought an updated drawing with conditions met. But in addition to that, this non-access easement was included on there. So it was in addition to the comments that staff had given with regards to this plat.
Do you want to do? think one of the considerations last commission meeting was, it's on agenda item, do we ask the developer or the applicant address the comments from last commission? And that's what I thought was going to happen, so that they had their voice heard, because the city staff and the recommendation was that we weren't going to go forward with a non-access easement based on a risk to the city for liability reasons, and or words to that effect. So I still would like the applicant to say what they think they may not have been able to say at the last commission meeting. And if you wish to then change your change the resolution, then I think at least you get their voice heard. And I think that's one of the better ways to do it, even though I think it was a misstep. And I'll take responsibility for that.
And Mr. President, Commissioners, just to piggyback on Mr. Winningham's comments, to give you some context, in talking with engineering, there was a concern about a private entity limiting public access to a platted public right-of-way. That was one concern. We also had concerns about notice and due process issues to the adjacent landowner, because that plat was brought the day of and handed out, and felt that we need to understand and make sure that the adjacent landowner understood what was being requested of his property. And also, too, given that this easement would burden the adjacent landowner, there was a concern about a potential takings issue, because we would be assessing an easement against his property without his compensation being paid or his acknowledgement or acceptance of the easement. So we had concerns about that. I shared those with Ventures representative, Mr. Schrank. And so, going into that meeting, that last commission meeting, I was under the understanding that they had agreed to remove it. And that was a decision that was made by them to move the project forward. And of course, if they want to step forward and give additional insight on their thought process, certainly they can. But to give you some context of why the city had concerns about the easement as it was currently located on the second plat.
The landowner was at the planning and zoning meeting. He got up and said he understood.
He got up and spoke. I'm not certain that he understood or not. I believe that the applicant can visit on whether or not. I think they've tried to contact him and discuss it, and I'm not certain if they've been able to visit with him or not.
Okay.
Schrank?
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioners, we appreciate the opportunity to present this again. We feel like there's some items here that kind of lead into, again, some of my comments I alluded to about the ETZ expansion, just some issues with who has authority in the ETZ, what the policies are in the ETZ. This is kind of a good example of some of those issues that we see. So a little bit of the history. We had submitted a plat. I don't know the exact date, but I believe it was about a week before the planning and zoning meeting. It may be less, don't quote me on that. With a couple of changes. One was a right-of-way connection to Maury Bang Piney Acres subdivision to the west. There was a lot of discussion during that planning and zoning meeting about whether or not that right-of-way connection was going to be required. We also added this non-access line that's being discussed on that revised plat that was submitted. There was discussion at the meeting about that. It was brought up that staff was recommending denial. We brought up our concerns. The main reasons for that non-access line is the county policy that they will not maintain county subdivision roads. Even though this is platted right-of-way public property, the county will not remove snow, they will not maintain this road. Venture Commercial is paying 100% of this road. This adjoining neighbor at this time has not agreed to participate, will not participate in that road cost. He has verbally told us he doesn't want the access. We have talked to him about it. He was at the meeting. If you watch the video, you can see him directly behind me at the planning and zoning meeting, so he was noticed at that meeting. But we feel the Acres subdivision is going to create an HOA. They're going to pay every month or every year, whatever it is, to remove that snow. There is nothing restricting him from putting 3 or 4 approaches, platting that into 4 or 5 lots, gaining access from a road that Venture Commercial pays for and their HOA has to maintain, he now gets a free road and free maintenance on that right-of-way. We don't feel that's fair to this developer. The option we came up with was the non-access line. We don't feel that it restricts his property. He doesn't have that access today. He doesn't want that access. He has access onto the road to the south. He can gain access to his property there. He doesn't need this access. Restricting access across right-of-ways is done all the time. Your city ordinance restricts access across right-of-way lines. I can't go build an approach on a city right-of-way wherever I want. I have to come to the city, get a permit. There's restrictions at intersections. There's all kinds of restrictions for access onto a public right-of-way. We're still allowing it through. We're just restricting where you can come onto the right-of-way. In such time in the future, if he agrees to pay for his share of the infrastructure, he agrees to be a member of the Acres HOA and share in that maintenance, the city could consider vacating that right-of-way, or that non-access line, excuse me. And he could then have his access that he needs, and he would be treated the same that the Acres is today. They have to pay for that infrastructure, they have to pay for the maintenance. We feel it's only fair that if him or whoever buys that land in the future develops it, they should be treated the same way. North Dakota Century Code, if I review section 40-50.1-05 regarding conveyance land by noting or marking map or plat status as general warranty land for public use. The final sentence states, the land intended to be used for streets, alleys, ways, or other public uses in any jurisdiction or addition thereto must be held in the corporate name of the jurisdiction in trust for the uses and purposes set forth and expressed and intended. We're setting forth this use for access, but we're restricting the access there. It's set forth on the plat. It's clearly conveyed. We feel this is a good solution to restrict that access. Do you have anything to add, Aaron?
Just to reiterate, Aaron Grinsteiner, part owner of Venture Commercial. We have a tough time as a developer telling our future lot owners that someone can tie into this and contribute to the deterioration of this road that they're having to pay for through their homeowners association. Push the snow, do everything that Andrew spoke about, but they incur no cost associated with that. That's our main intention here. And again, as Andrew said, the only right we're restricting about the adjacent landowner is the right that he is getting due to us platting a right-of-way there. He currently does not have the right to access from where we're trying to restrict his access today. So essentially, we're just trying to take a right back that we're giving him via our plat. So I don't think we're infringing upon his rights that he has today as it stands. So I'll open it to any questions that you might have for Andrew or myself.
I will add too, it was requested that we reach out to this owner about getting an easement on his property. We didn't agree with the policy, but we agreed to reach out and ask him if he would be agreeable. On the phone, he was verbally agreeable to a 1-foot non-access easement on his property. We drafted that easement, sent it to him, tried several times to email him, call him, and have not heard anything back. During that phone call, he did say he doesn't plan to develop, he doesn't want to, but that doesn't mean he won't turn around and sell this. I mean, they just increased the value of his property by $100,000 by putting this road. They're going to be putting water, they're going to be putting utilities. I believe it's over 6 figures just for that half of the infrastructure along that 900 feet of property. It's a substantial investment for this developer that contributes him greatly.
Any questions, commissioners?
You know, I understand where they're coming from.
So basically, as it stands, the plat as approved does not have a final easement.
Doesn't have the non-access easement on it.
The non-access easement.
Mr. President, if I may too, this was discussed at Planning and Zoning. It was our understanding that we left that meeting with an approval, a recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission with the non-access line. I understand staff was recommending removal of that line, but we felt that there was no concerns raised from Planning and Zoning. It was our understanding that that was a recommendation for approval with that non-access line. So we feel that what was approved was not what was recommended by Planning and Zoning.
This body didn't even, other than me, didn't know about it. So I said I'm planning on zoning.
So, if there was the commission, if the commissioner that made the original motion, do we know who that was to approve the plat, the final plat?
We'd have to just look back at the minutes, but essentially that we would, by process, we would overturn that motion, rescind that motion, rescind that resolution, and then revote if that was the intent.
Okay.
It is counter to the current recommendation that
right.
we could have some liability, but that's just the recommendation.
President, Commissioners, is to rescind the motion and bring it back in front of P&Z for further discussion. If this was something that needs to be further discussed at P&Z, then I think that's probably where it needs to go. Because my concern is that while it was discussed, I'm not sure, based on the information that was put in those packets, if the commissioners had a full understanding of what was actually being discussed and talked about, because it wasn't in their packets. And we are asking, and what is being asked of the city is to create an easement, and Mr. Schrank can disagree with me, but that easement does affect that property owner, and it will affect that property. And essentially, when you give an easement, you give an easement for two reasons. One, a landowner gives an easement because it benefits their property and they want the easement, or they give an easement because there's compensation paid because an oil company needs it or something to that effect. This plat will essentially place an easement and restrict that property. It does that by its own terms. And so we just want to make sure that there is enough due process here to understand that everybody that's voting on this understands what is happening and understands the implications not only to the developer but also to the adjacent landowner as well. And so if there is still that concern, then potentially the recommendation would be to vacate the resolution, rescind the motion, and take it back to P&Z and have those commissioners reevaluate the situation and make sure that all of them were under the understanding of what was happening moving forward.
Do we know who made the original? You wish to vacate your motion and send this back to? Yes.
That would have been the second reading, yeah.
November 2nd, well, that's the ordinance.
So also, as we're researching that, Mr. President, is that the request from the developers? I don't know that part, and whether it then continues to slow down what you're trying to accomplish. Is this procedure worth the request?
If I could ask, what would that time frame be? Would this be a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning? It would have to be advertised and we would miss the December meeting? Or what would the schedule?
Mr. Hadley?
I'd say if we feel we can place it on there as a rescinded motion, the notice went out for the meeting next week. I can't provide any notice.
The other option may be specifically to send notice to the affected individuals in the area, that also might be an option as well. You know, technically this has been noticed, but, you know, my concern from the legal perspective is the adjacent landowner. So if he is noticed to some degree and has an opportunity to come and express concern, as well as the developer, so that we have all of that information, and again, everybody is operating under the same understanding about what is being requested, that is going to make me feel better from a legal perspective to know that we had due process and everybody understood what was going on.
Mr. President, I would encourage you guys to watch that meeting. If you watch the meeting, as I'm discussing the access line, he's in the audience directly behind me. I don't know if that's not notification for him. It was discussed at the meeting thoroughly. He was sitting directly behind us. He's heard this. I don't know how much we have to notify him, is our concern. To wait another month and a half on this plat for something we've already discussed publicly with him in attendance, to do that again seems counterintuitive.
I'm trying to wrap my arms around why have we didn't have this discussion at planning and zoning, and we're having it now. We talked about this non-access line for some time at that meeting. And nobody ever brought up that it's putting the city in jeopardy of legally or
I don't have the answer for that question. I think it should have been addressed at the last commission meeting. I think as the chairman of the P&Z, you probably knew the most. I would have think making the comment, or at least having them come forward. I don't know any way to do it except go back in time. So I can't do that, so we're doing it now.
And
that's the best I can do.
And Mr. Chairman, like I said, the plat that was submitted to the commissioners that was sent out was not the plat. So obviously the concern is that information wasn't being able to be thoroughly vetted. It was handed out the morning of. And so that causes a little bit of concern as well, too. And discussing a non-access easement for a lay person it's sometimes difficult for attorneys who don't understand real estate law to know what a non-access easement is. And to place, that conversation in a very open context could be very difficult to understand. And so while I understand where the developer's coming from, in talking with Mr. Schrank, he understood where the city was coming from with regard to the easement as well. And so, we want to be, city doesn't want to pick winners and losers in this. And so I think we have to be fair and make sure that this decision, whatever decision is made with everybody's full understanding of what is being requested. And if it pushes it back, unfortunately that may happen. Would we want to get it on there as quick as we possibly could for December? Absolutely, to accommodate the developer. That may not be what they want to hear, of course, but that might be the best option.
Mr. President, if I may, if we are going that direction, I guess Walter had alluded to other options that may be more acceptable to staff. If we are going to bring this back, would staff prefer that we bring back other solutions outside of this non-access line? Or is the only concern the notification of this owner?
I think from a legal perspective, if you gentlemen can come up with some other way to address this issue, that this isn't an issue, that there's some other way, I think, speaking from staff, from engineering, from planning, the city staff is going to be open to anything that you can present. Obviously, we want to work with you to make this work. We just don't want to be in a situation where we're, again, causing an issue between one landowner and another. And we've had situations in the past where we have specifically said, you have to get this issue figured out before the city's going to move this forward. And we don't want this to grow into something that it's not, essentially. And we'll, again, speaking on behalf of staff, more than happy to entertain additional ideas and work with this process as it moves forward. So we want to make sure we're giving you the opportunity to do that too.
Thank you.
Is that the route you wish to take?
So just to clarify, so if we bring this back to P&Z with the adjacent landowner there, will that remove the city of this liability that it's worried about?
Well, I believe it would be a situation where we could have the conversation about due process and make sure that that individual is fully aware of what is being requested of his property and understand that we're having that discussion in a more thorough context and make sure that he understands and is given a copy of the plat, obviously, that has that easement on it, and then have a more thorough discussion with the planning and zoning members so they are fully aware of what is being requested as well, because this is a little bit of an unusual situation with what is being requested of the non-access easement.
But
now I'm wondering what we approved, because I'm looking back at last meeting and the
Talking about planning and zoning or the city?
city, and the piece that I have in here, the plot that we were showing in our packet has a non-access easement on it.
You might have, Rita's going to have to check the minutes, but I think the concern was...
I mean, our attachment has a non-access easement on it.
Correct. You, and I might have misquoted Mr. Winningham here, but I think the concern was that the P&Z packet did not contain the easement with a non-access agreement. Then that was brought forward at the P&Z meeting, and then you guys discussed that. And I think Mr. Schrank can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't recall exactly what would have been in your packet. So whatever's in your packet is in your packet.
Well,
If that's the one with the non-access easement, then essentially if you've approved that, we would have to go back and obviously vacate it.
I mean, that's the attachment.
We brought a hard copy also to the meeting, for that meeting. Mr. Hadley.
Mr. Friedrich, I believe we sent that just prior to the meeting. We had some discussion with staff a few hours prior to the meeting. The discussion was we could not keep that on the agenda if the non-access line was shown. I think at 3 or 4 o'clock, we sent a plat without the non-access line. I believe Walter alluded to when he presented it, possibly.
It was hard copied.
Yes.
What was presented before the commission and what you voted on was a hard copy and
So
a
it-
discussion in front of you, not what was in your packet. And we can go back to the minutes and look at that, but that's how it came out in the motion.
So, Commission, would it be possible to avoid going back to P&Z with this, since, as Commissioner Frederick stated,
If they come to an agreement with the adjacent landowner, some kind of written agreement.
I don't think it needs to go back to P&Z then.
Right. If you can come to some kind of resolution between you, that he understands what your intentions are, I think that is brought back to us. That is something I think we are willing to consider.
Absolutely, and when I was talking with Mr. Schrank before, obviously, you know, getting an easement from that landowner is best case scenario. Obviously, you can't force him to sign one, but if there's some sort of agreement that the city could rely on to say that he understands, or some agreement, whatever that may look like, that puts us in a much better position to say, yes, we're in agreement, and we would find moving forward with the plat with the non-access easement. And if there's other options available and other solutions or scenarios you guys can come up with, I think we're all open for those too.
I guess we can just allude to 2 other options we've discussed, one being the development agreement. I don't know how that works. This is in the ETZ. The county approves approach permits in the ETZ. If we put some wording in the development agreement that the city or the county will not approve any approaches onto this road until such time that they take ownership, I guess I would ask the attorney, is that enforceable by the city for the county?
I would say that we would likely have to have the county's input and buy-in on that. I wouldn't want to speak on their behalf, but it's something that could be looked at. But I think all entities are going to need to be at the table for that.
The other option was platting this right-of-way at 79 feet, leaving a 1-foot tract of land, non-conforming lot, and it's owned by Venture Commercial until such time this adjoining owner decides that He's willing to participate in the HOA, buy that lot for X amount of dollars. That could then be dedicated as right-of-way at a future time or part of his property. Those are two options we had discussed. If that helps alleviate some of these concerns or speed this process up or provide a better recommendation of approval from staff, we've talked about both of those internally. I'm not sure how planning feels about a non-conforming lot, but two other options we have discussed that would essentially complete the same task here.
A 1 foot non-conforming, right, from 80 to 79.
1 foot private property owned by Venture Commercial until they get their due payment for that property.
If they ever.
If they ever.
Where we stop that from
Right.
developing that land and access.
Essentially just, I don't want to open up future dragons, but it does, non-conforming being a foot of non-conformance for what our standard comprehensive plan dictates. I don't know the third and fourth order effect, probably minimal, but I do see if that land gets sold, another person comes forward with another, I mean, all those things are just part of our normal comprehensive plan considerations. At
I
first
think
blush, is it a big deal? Probably not. But I'm not a city planner, and Walter will throw things at me if I'm speaking off the cuff here.
And we can work with staff on those options too. I think, I'm not sure where you guys want to go. The DA may be a quicker option. If we could get the county to sign off on the DA as well on that, or some sort of a document stating you and the county will not approve access onto Acres Drive until such time that county or city takes ownership. Maybe that's another way to accomplish this with the current plat.
And I think that's going to have to be something that's going to have to be ironed out with the county to see if that's something that they're even willing to do. Obviously, we can't speak for them as an entity, so I think that the best situation right now would be, one, to decide whether you want to rescind and take it back to P&Z and see what happens, or based on where we are right now with what has been already voted on and approved, what can work forward with staff. The other thing too is if we don't take it back and rescind it, it's going to stay as it stands with the commission approving it as it is. So I guess it depends on your timeline too and what you all want to do. But I think the staff remain open to having continued conversations with you to try to get this figured out as soon as possible, of course.
Okay. So if you rescind the plat that was approved without the non-access line, can you vote to reapprove? If we figure out the non-access easement with the adjacent landowner without going back to P&Z, because P&Z approved the plat with the non-access easement on it, can we bring it right back to City Commission for voting?
I don't really see any point of going back to P&Z with
Right.
it unless we're going to do this 1 foot lot thing. Then obviously we would have to. But if we're going to do it in the DA or get approval from the landowner, there's no reason that P&Z needs to see that again.
I would agree. So I guess, depending on where you guys are at with things, if we can explore those other options, we certainly can do that in a very time-sensitive manner. If for some reason that is unsuccessful and we need to explore going back, I mean, that's an option too. I mean, we don't want to hamstring it, the project, but we just have to make sure that all bases are covered before we move it forward.
Hey, Mr. President.
Mr. Alderman.
I guess that would lead to a question for me is like, the way I see it, it doesn't have to go back to, if we don't want to send it back to planning and zoning, it doesn't have to. We could rescind this vote and then we could come back in 2 weeks or even tonight and approve a plat without the non-access. I mean, we have the final authority on this as the City Commission. Planning and zoning does not have the final authority.
That's the risk your commissioners are willing to take by approving a non-access easement.
Or the other option, I think Commissioner Oderman is alluding to, is if you vote to rescind, then it just has to come back in front of this commission for
Basically, we
review.
table it then.
rescind to table, essentially, if that's what you want to do, and then additional information can come back.
And I don't think that slows you down. I mean, obviously weather dependent, but I don't think that slows you down. You currently have an approved plat, so it'll just be sequenced slightly different. But I'm not telegraphing the vote. But you aren't. It doesn't slow you down now to keep what you have. And then because there's other, I'm aware there's probably some other considerations to have an approved plat, but it hasn't been recorded. Correct, Mr. Hadley? We haven't done any of that.
I haven't signed anything, so.
So you may, so that means the 21st of December, this comes back before this body to be potentially revoted?
If that's their wishes, and they would ask the commission to consider rescinding the original motion.
So, one more quick, Ms. Winko, could we provide public notice to the adjacent landowner and have the discussion at the next city commission meeting with him instead of at P&Z?
I think that would be a great idea. Like I said, I'm all about due process and making sure that he fully understands what this plat is going to do to his property potentially, and having that discussion at the next meeting, I'm all for it.
So what would happen if he doesn't show up?
Here also, we notified him to be here 2 weeks ago.
Right. So if he doesn't, we give him notice and he doesn't show up, then what?
We'll address it at that time. Obviously, I think it would be best if Mr. Hadley sends out a notice, certified mail to him to inform him that it's going to be discussed. And, you know, obviously, if he doesn't want to show up and present his rights as a property owner, the commission can take that into consideration.
So is that your wishes to, like, for the commission to reconsider?
One additional question, if I may, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Can the rescind and a reapproval happen at the same meeting?
Well, I anticipate that the rescind motion, if that happens, is going to happen right now.
I'm wondering if we could hold off on rescinding while he's in attendance. If he says he's not okay, there's no point of the rescinding this plat. Can we do that at the same meeting if he says he's a...
Table this?
Yep, we can. We'll just table it.
So we could just table it.
Well, we don't have to table anything. We weren't really
Yep.
doing anything.
Oh, yeah, there was no action.
There's no action tonight.
Yeah.
So, yes, we can do all that at the next meeting.
Is that okay?
That'll work? All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Poor lowly Blaine.
Last item up is,
Let's take a 20-minute break.
Yeah, you could.
sorry, Mr. President, we're going off the chart here.
I told Mr. Duca I was going to jump in and give him some precursor comments here. I had asked, in response to some comments that were made at prior city commissions with regard to some properties in town, asked Mr. Ducart to come forward tonight and give the commission an overview of some of those properties and some of the concerns that we're seeing with regard to certain properties in Dickinson with condemnation and demolition. There's a certain process that we have to follow, and it's all set out in our code. And basically, it's a very formal hearing type of process with regard to each of these properties. And so for this evening, the purpose of Blaine's presentation is just to give you some context as to what properties that we're looking at so that you can be aware moving forward what we're going to be envisioning, because this will have to be a separate meeting, it will have to be a separate hearing for each of these properties. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Ducart and he can give us the details.
Mr. President and Commissioners, sorry to be your nightcap tonight, but I'll start out with a little introduction. I'm a building inspector employed by the City of Dickinson Building and Codes Department, and the vision of the City of Dickinson Building and Codes Department is to provide quality customer service through the development of administration, communication, and education, together with assisting the public community in compliance with adopted state and local codes and ordinances within the City of Dickinson and Stark County, North Dakota. Our intent is to protect the public's investment, life, health, and welfare in the built environment. In order for the protection of the health, safety, and welfare of our community, we bring forward this evening the listed properties to be declared a public nuisance and dangerous structures and move forward with demolition. I'll read you a few of the things as a prelude to the properties, and I have some photographs and some bullet points on there. Section 7 as indicated on the front of my presentation, 7.030, dangerous buildings or structures. For the purpose of this ordinance, any building or structure which has any or all of the conditions or defects hereinafter described shall be deemed to be a dangerous building, provided that such conditions of or defects exist in the extent that the life, health, property, or safety of the public or its occupants are endangered. For purposes of this ordinance, the term building code shall mean the building code adopted by the City of Dickinson in Chapter 7 of the Dickinson City Code. And it lists 16 different conditions here. I'm just going to go over a couple of them, and I found these to be the most pertinent of these 16 conditions that basically refer to these properties that we're going to be discussing. Whenever the building or structure or any portion thereof because of dilapidation, deterioration, or decay, the removal, movement, or instability of any portion of the ground necessary for the purpose of supporting such building is likely to partially or completely collapse. Whenever the building or structure has been so damaged by fire, wind, earthquake, or flood, or has become so dilapidated or deteriorated as to become an attractive nuisance to children, a harbor for vagrants, criminals, or immoral persons, or as to enable persons to resort thereto for the purpose of committing unlawful or immoral acts. Whenever a building or structure because of inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, decay, damage, faulty construction, arrangement, inadequate light, air, or sanitation facilities, or otherwise is determined to be unsanitary, unfit for human habitation. Whenever any building or structure is in a condition as to constitute a public nuisance known to the common law or in equity jurisprudence. Whenever any portion of a building or structure is abandoned for a period of in excess of 6 months so as to constitute such building or portion thereof an attractive nuisance or hazard to the public. And concurrently, the next section in our code is 7.030010, standards for repair, vacation, or demolition, outlines what needs to be done in that situation, and concurrently after that is 7.030020, which actually defines dangerous buildings or nuisances. All dangerous buildings within the terms of section 7.030, which are those 17 or 16 conditions that I named a few of, are hereby declared to be a public nuisance and shall be repaired, vacated, or demolished as provided in this ordinance. And with that, I will go into the properties. The very first one on the list is 243 2nd Street Southwest. And the very first permit that was issued on this property, long before my time with the city, obviously, the original building permit was issued in September 1st of 2005. Then what happened in between, or in that interim, I'm not sure, because there's very little documentation that was put together back then other than what was on microfiche. In 2012, a letter was sent for parking violations and property maintenance, so the issues began again. In November of 14, a letter sent to the owner stating property had 2 expired building permits. So obviously the work wasn't completed. In December of 14, partial inspection of the property with the owner. December 14, again, a letter was sent deeming the property unfit for human occupancy, obviously after that inspection. And the house and garage were placarded at the same time in December of 14, which meant no occupancy. And toward the end of December of 14, full inspection of the property was completed by the building department, and a follow-up inspection was done. Property was in worse condition later on that same month. A letter was sent informing the municipal court that no progress had been made, so obviously the building department was moving ahead with demolition or whatever the court decided or legal decided. Then in 19, this came about again. Application for a building permit by the owner to fix the structure was issued. Letter received requesting a building department to allow a new permit to be issued to a family member to complete the necessary repairs. In October of 19, building permit was issued to repair structural issues to the garage and complete home for remodel. And I was contacted in September of 20 by the neighbors to the south. There was a court, and basically they were asking for what was going on with the property, wanted some information. I let them know that there was a current building permit in place, so until that time that it expired, there's nothing we could do. A building permit extension request was made by the same family member to complete the repairs in the garage because they weren't done in October of 20, and a request was granted until November of 20. Then in November of 20, they came back in to request an extension, and the building department, building official, actually granted a final extension till June of 21. So in all this time frame from 2005 till current, and I just went back to 2016, there were 54 reports, mostly for suspicious persons on the property, and just wanted to give you a little background of what was going on. I have a lot of other documentation and notes, but let's look at some of the photos of the property here. There's your property maintenance issues. They were all the way back from 2012 and 13. Here's 2014. 2019, we have some great photographs of the trusses that were cut out of the garage. So that's why you see on the garage itself the failing roof. As far as this property is concerned, we have obviously exhausted all attempts to facilitate having this property brought back to code compliance. So as Attorney Wanko indicated, we will have to look at each one of these separately. Is that correct? So if you need any other documentation, you can sure get it from me, but there are multiple emails and contacts from neighboring properties. I don't know, our department doesn't see any other possible way to rectify the situation. There will be no permit issued to the current owner of the property, no matter what. So I leave this up to you for a decision.
And essentially, what we'll do, and Mr. Dukart, I think is we would schedule a time to have, because obviously condemning and demolishing a building is a pretty big deal. So what I would suggest, this be more of an informational situation, and we would schedule probably a special meeting to go through that process of examining these more in depth and have that separate hearing and focus on it a little bit more thoroughly. But this again is for Mr. Dukart to give you an understanding of what this is going to be about. And we anticipate that we'd likely have that upcoming meeting sometime in January.
So what happened from 2/2 of 15 to 10/28 of 19? What did the municipal court say in between there? We sent them a letter, obviously, so.
Well, I can tell you a little bit before, well, actually way before my time, but Mr. Dukart has been in city court for multiple reasons related to this property. Judge Keogh has issued multiple orders to him over the course of years with regard to criminal trespass, various issues. He's not been allowed on the property during certain hours because of that order. He's been very difficult to get a hold of, Mr. Dukart, for various reasons. So I think we're at the point now where, and most recently, if I recall correctly, and Mr. Dukart can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there was some sort of offer to purchase the property, but that fell through. And that was kind of the last straw, or the straw that broke the camel's back, I think, on this. And The city thinks it's imperative just to move it forward, and if it ultimately ends in a vote for demolishing the building, we've exhausted all remedies, and the property owner will have an opportunity to come before this commission and say why he shouldn't think that should happen. But it's a long time in the making here, and I think we've now time to cross the bridge. So
16 years to fix a building.
yeah. So, and again, we understand the neighboring properties owner issues, and they'll have a right to speak at that upcoming hearing. But to inform them, again, the purpose of this was to let them know that it is in the works. We are not forgetting about it.
So we can possibly schedule a special meeting for quickly in 2022 and
Yep, it's
process forward.
Yes, it's going to be a hearing. I mean, you sit as a panel and will render a decision, essentially. We will have additional information, not only from the building department, but as well as the police department with the various reports that have been made. Likely, it may also have the adjacent property owners come in and speak as well. So it will be a full-blown ordeal. But again, that will be scheduled for a separate time and a separate meeting specifically for that.
Okay. Then we'll move on to 219 South Main.
Okay, here's photographs of 219 South Main. As you can see, other than more dilapidation, nothing's changed from 16 to 21. The water was turned off in 2015, January 30th actually of 2015. Electrical and gas have been cut from the building for whatever reason. I don't know if they were redoing things, but you can plainly see if you go to the property that it has no utilities. In September of 20, a letter was sent to the owner requesting access for structural inspection, because obviously in code enforcement also I'm out looking at buildings, and I basically asked a few questions and where the process was in this building, and the building official gave me permission basically and direction to pursue this so that we could get to the or the property owner and see if he has a plan to redo the building or move forward. January of 21, a letter was sent to the owner requesting access again for structural inspection. January 28th, 21, building department contacted the owner to set up a structural inspection. March of 21, a structural inspection and photos were taken of the property by our building department staff. A condemnation letter went out shortly after that to the owner. In May of 21, a condemnation letter was returned to the building department unopened. On May 11th of 21, an attempt to contact the owner was unsuccessful. On May 18th of 21, a message from the owner received by the building department was unrelated to the structural damages, but questioning things about the letter. On June 7th of 21, contact was made to the owner, and the owner planned to sell the property, he indicated. On the 22nd of June of 21, an attempt to contact the owner was unsuccessful, and then it went from there all the way until September 9th of 21, still cannot contact the property owner. His voicemail's full, and he hasn't contacted our department since June 7th. So that's where that property's at. And something I didn't mention about the first property and this property and the third one that we'll be bringing up is all of these properties are in violation of the International Property Maintenance Code, chapters 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. This IPMC was adopted by the city of Dickinson, and it is the maintenance code our department utilizes for property maintenance enforcement. So that's where most of these maintenance issues occur, and that's how we enforce them, along with our municipal code. And that's all I have on property. We've got some very good internal photos here. You'll notice the condition is beyond structural damage. Okay. Any questions on 219 South Main?
Now those special meetings, for all these properties, would be one special meeting, right? They won't be separate.
I will know that based on the evidence as we present it. I would prefer if we could get it all done at once. That would be ideal.
You can proceed, Mr. Dukart,
Okay.
to 1520.
Next property, 1520 West Villard. In May of 17, the first property maintenance letter went out, and basically it was for tall weeds and grass and the external condition of the building. June of 18, property maintenance letter went out. June of 19, property maintenance letter went out. June of 20, property maintenance letter went out. And then in July of 20, property maintenance permit was created. I personally went by the property and they received a second letter for the first time. And the condition of the building had worsened. In December of 20, the property's city water was shut off, so that becomes uninhabitable at that time. And then in June of 21, property maintenance letter was sent to the owners, again for grass and weeds in the external. June 23rd of 21, I received notice from the fire department that they had a call at 1520 West Villard, address due to a call-in about a broken window or broken windows and a door wide open. I proceeded to the address, photographed and documented property maintenance and structure condition of the entire property. And with that, on June 29th of 21, a condemnation letter was sent to the owners. The building was placarded with a non-use, unfit for occupancy placard. August of 21, notice of demolition letter sent to the owners. And August 24th, also one of the owners contacted me after I had sent the letter out. I also sent an email so I could have direct contact. And they informed me that there was a federal lawsuit scheduled for September of 21 concerning the properties that they own together. And they would contact the building department back after the hearing to give us an update. On 10/21 or October 21, I dropped off a packet of information to the city attorney's office. After a brief discussion with one of the property owners, they said the court hearing had been delayed indefinitely. So basically we're in that situation where the property has been abandoned for over 6 months. The condition is failing and has been for many years. This is a photograph of the windows broke, the doors kicked open, etc. It's become a public nuisance for several years before this, but now it's in the condition. They finally boarded it up after I contacted them in June, and that was basically to keep everybody off the property, or out of the property. There were dogs barking and things like that at the building when I went for my inspection, and I wasn't about to go see what that was all about, so we contacted the PD and they did an inspection. There were 23 reports to the PD dating back to 2016 on this property, including loud noises, multiple suspicious characters, etc. Any questions? That's all I have.
We'll look forward to the special meeting in January.
I will take that with a grain of salt. If it shouldn't. The fact of the matter is, the property is owned by a property owner. That property owner is going to be noticed, and we'll deal with it accordingly.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Thank you, Mr. Dukart.
You're welcome.
All right, last item up. I better double check that just to be sure. Last item up. Commission, item 10. Commissioners, you have anything? Commissioner Oderman, are you still awake?
Yeah, Mr. President, I don't want to make this, you know, I would like to ask our historian, Rita, if this is a record. No? Okay. That makes me feel a little bit better, but I do I do think there were a number of items on this agenda tonight that should have found themselves on a work session agenda. And I know that staff is just following our direction from that work session a couple weeks ago, but you know, sadly, I think that direction was reactionary, it was misguided, and it was short-sighted. We had a developer that had to wait till 9 o'clock tonight to address something that I think could have been addressed much earlier in the meeting had we not had a lot of these items on the agenda that were probably better suited for a work session. For example, Mrs. Marshik, the dam alternatives, and I don't want to get after city staff for this because this is the direction that we gave them at that work session. And unfortunately, I think that direction, we need to either reconsider how we've decided to move forward, or need to have a longer conversation about that, because I think this is really unfortunate. I've got 3 constituents at home right now that are really, really upset. And I know that I know that we had constituents that were in that meeting room tonight that are probably upset about how long they had to wait. We weren't respectful of city staff's time and their work-life balance. We weren't respectful of their expertise. And I had to say that because I think there were a number of things, the dam alternatives, the signage conversation that we had, the ARPA funds and the details that we went into there, that could have been covered in a work session. And then if we were gonna have a special meeting about the condemnation and demolition stuff here, I don't know why we had to go into such detail on that report. And like I said, I don't blame city staff for that, because that's the direction that we've given them as a commission. And I just would like the commission to reconsider that and maybe find some kind of middle ground. Maybe the work sessions like we've done them over the last year have to change, but maybe we have them like we've had them, but we record them. I mean, those are public meetings. The press has come to those work sessions. If the concern is that we do these things in the light of day, I don't think that those are things that are mutually exclusive with each other. And yeah, I'll shut up and we can end the meeting if nobody has any response to me. But I had to voice that opinion, because I think that tonight we wasted the public's time.
Well, anything else, commissioners? The only thing that I have to say is the other night during the tree lighting, I feel bad. I can't control the weather, but I didn't even introduce myself at the tree lighting, nor my honored guest who rang in the bell because we were freezing. So for those of you that were there, the gentleman ringing the bell was none other than our fire chief, Jeremy Presnell. And but like I said, we were a little bit under duress from the weather that night. Besides tearing down tents and 60-mile-an-hour gusts of wind, I think it went okay. So, but I would like to apologize for not introducing him. So, but other than that, I'd look for, if there's nothing else from the commission, I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We're adjourned.